Chair.
Oh, yes, King. Ready?
Yes, I think we can start.
Yes, flag the agenda, please. Good morning, honorable members and the department led by the DM. Is the minister in, King?
Recording in progress.
Yes, Chairperson, she's in.
Okay. Good morning, honorable minister and honorable DM with PG and your team. Good morning to honorable members. Good morning to our officials. We have got the agenda before us. The first item on the agenda is opening, welcome, and purpose of the meeting. You are warmly welcome into this meeting. The purpose of the meeting today is to receive a briefing from the department and its agencies, which is CIFA and CEDA, on the annual performance report. So without any waste of time, let me zoom to item 2. You are warmly welcome, which is roll call and apologies. Do we have apologies, King?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning. Pardon me with my cough. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, and good morning, chairpersons of the boards, DG, and CEO boards and colleagues. Chairperson, in the platform, there is the chairperson, Honorable Matuleva, Honorable Jacobs, Honorable Hendricks, Honorable Kruger, Honorable April, Honorable Mieni, Honorable Kamelang, Honorable Lubengo, Honorable Zumula. And then with the apologies, it's the apology from the minister who has also joined the platform. However, they indicated that she has got a commitment in the cabinet committee. So I think she'll join, and then at a particular time she will leave. So those are the members that are in the platform, and in shortly, no apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, King. Let's accept the apology of the minister, who understand that she has got other responsibilities on behalf of the department. Can I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda from honorable members? Honorable members, can I have A mover for the adoption of the agenda which is before us.
I move that we adopt the agenda as before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kruger. Any seconder, honorable members?
I second, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Livengo, and welcome back home. Without any waste of time, I will now invite our Honorable Minister to lead the delegation. Honorable Minister, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to all honorable members in the Portfolio Committee, and of course, those that may be joining us as guests. Greetings to the Deputy Minister who will be leading the delegation of the department, as per my apology that I will join Cabinet Committee 10, Chairperson. Honorable members, let me thank the Portfolio Committee once more for giving us an opportunity to come and give account of our performance in the year that we are to report about, which is your 2021-2022. In relation to the department's performance, I will just highlight, and the DG is here to talk into details, and the DM will close on the political issues that may be raised. In terms of performance, honorable members, on administration, we have achieved about 66.7%, and as we had 9 targets. And on sector policy and research, one of the branches that we have performed 66% again. And on the cooperatives development, the integrated cooperatives development, we've underperformed by 50%. And the teams will talk to that. The enterprise development and entrepreneurship, once more, honorable members, we have achieved 50% on performance. I'll quickly jump to CEDA's performance that has really improved this year. And they have, for this year that we're talking about, they had 30 indicators. And out of that, they achieved 24 out of the 30, which talks to 80% on set indicators. And of course, the total numbers of the clients that they've supported is what they will give details to. Also, as we talk to CIFA performance, they did very well on their loan book, honorable members, and they will talk to the developmental impact of the monies that they've dispersed and those that they have approved. But so far, the agencies have performed very well. I am giving just a broad overview, honorable members, but as I indicated, our accounting officers are here to give account in detail of how we have gone. In some of the areas that we have not performed better, the department had given an indication of how we're going to improve on those, and they will also talk to the challenges that were experienced as we learn through all the processes that we undertake. Chairperson, if you allow, please allow me to invite the Director General of the department to then present in detail the performance to the Portfolio Committee. Thanks, Chair.
He is at liberty to can do that. We're here for that, Honorable Minister. Thanks for the political overview.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, DM, honorable members who are on the platform and colleagues. I will go straight to the presentation that we are here to account, as the Minister indicated. I will be sharing Chair with the CFO as well as the Chief Director responsible for human resource. I'm trying to project this. Yes. Chair, this is the outline of the presentation. We'll be talking to overall strategic review, also touch on the organizational structure, and then talk to the overall performance. And then we'll also talk to governance matters, which are also critical, human resource report, as well as the financial report. And then we put as an annexure the performance report, which goes into details in terms of each performance of each program. And then we'll talk to the recommendations.
I'm to waste time on this one, Chair, with your permission, I can skip and then indicate that we are here in alignment with the relevant prescripts with the PFMA, which obliges us to come to PC to report on the performance and also touch on the financial statements as well as the outcomes of the Auditor General's report, which was presented yesterday. And then we did submit in terms of the PFMA to the AG on time, which was the 31st of May, for them to audit, and they finalized the audit on the 31st of July. We also submitted the audited financial and non-financial performance information to the Minister, as well as the Minister of Finance by the 31st of August. And we have tabled the approved annual report to Parliament. These are the legislative and regulatory requirements in terms of Constitution, PFMA, Treasury regulations, as well as public service regulation. In terms of specific overview, Chair, our mandate the same, which is to lead and coordinate an integrated approach to the promotion and development of entrepreneurship, small businesses and cooperatives, and ensure enabling legislative and policy environment to support their growth and sustainability. So in whatever we are doing, whether it's in the APP or the operational plans, we are trying to achieve this mandate, which is very critical for the growth of the economy of the country, as well as employment. Chair, these are the legislations that inform our mandate, which is National Small Enterprise Act, related to CIFA in particular is Section 3D of the Industrial Development Corporation Act, as well as the Cooperatives Act, Cooperatives Policy, and Cooperatives Amendment Act. Chair, this is the structure that we had during the 2021-22 financial year, where we have those branches there at the bottom. But we, as the PC will know, that we've just received an approval from National Treasury with the finalization of the structure. So those will change, and going forward, we'll also be able to submit to Treasury so that we can align our budget as well as program structure. This, Chair, I think we touched on this in the previous presentation, that we have finally received the approval by National Treasury. We are in the process now. We've started with the process of filling these senior positions in particular. We'll be filling all of them, but we are prioritizing those that are senior so that we can have stability at the top. We also had to delay the filling of this position because we had to make sure that we have an appropriate structure. We did not spend our budget on compensation of employees because of most of it, because we had to delay. We couldn't just go and fill in positions, even though we knew that we were finalizing a structure. We will be ensuring that we reduce the vacancy rate, which is a little bit high at the end of the year. I think it was 16.2%. We are pushing as much as possible to make sure that we do fill in this position so that we are able to deliver. But I must indicate that not all positions will be funded. We'll be rolling out the structure over a period of 3 years because of financial constraints. So not all positions that have been approved have a budget, for example, this year. So some of positions will be filled this year, others next year, and then others in the outer year. Minister has touched on this, but on average, Chair, we got 60% out of the 25 targets that we have. We were able to achieve 15, and we didn't achieve 10. This was a drop in the performance compared to the previous year, and we are pushing that we pick up on this performance so that we don't go through an average of 60% performance. But there are good things that we were able to do this year, and which enabled us to strengthen our governance processes. And I'm sure with the presentation by the AG yesterday on the investigation, members will appreciate that we did have some challenges as a department in the past, of which we've worked hard to make sure that we fix them. and we take good care of the taxpayers' money. Chair, these are the highlights. I'm not going to touch on each and every one of them, but the first one, which is an unqualified audit outcome on both financial and non-financial information, which is deemed as clean audit. In terms of the budget, most of the budget did go out to be spent on small businesses. We were able to exceed our target in persons with disabilities. I must indicate that on public engagements, we exceeded the target. We had a target of 24. With the new political principles coming in, they really did prioritize us going out and engaging with the public so that we are able to be responsive in terms of the programs that we are implementing. So we're able to achieve 82, which is very critical for us and the entities to engage with the public, because these are the people that we are serving. SME database that we are driving, we continue to make improvements. We do have 2 targets, for example, this year on the same, so that we do have a proper platform that will enable us or even our SMMEs, to be able to conduct their transactions through this platform and cutting a lot of red tape. And then we, under program 2, we're able to exceed the target where we're linking products that are produced by SMMEs and cooperatives to the market. And I must indicate that it's mostly with the private sector. We also exceeded the target on exposing our SMMEs and cooperatives to the international markets. We also concluded the report that talks to the contribution to jobs by SMEs and cooperatives. We also finalized the SME Development Index Survey report, which I must indicate here that it's very important because it assists us, to look at the impact of our interventions in supporting small businesses. And we are taking this work forward because it does guide us in terms of which areas we should pay attention to, so that we can see and improve in terms of the contribution of SMMEs in economic growth. Development finance, we exceeded this target where we work closely here, Chair, on the crafters. We work closely with the provincial entities to support, especially people who are based in rural areas who are involved in the craft sector. We had a target of 800, but we were able to exceed it, and we achieved 953. We were also able we had a target on youth businesses supported financially. We're working closely here with the entities. We were able to exceed the target. We achieved 13,000. And then consolidated report on competitive SMEs and cooperatives supported. We were able to achieve a target of 70,000, which is also a target that is in the medium-term strategic framework. Our key policy that we are driving this year is the NISET Master Plan, which we were able to finalize after getting inputs, and then it did go to Cabinet, and then Cabinet directed us to take it for further consultations, including NETLEC, and we are done with that process, and we are taking it back to Cabinet. In terms of red tape, we're able to engage because we are aligning ourselves with the district development model. We take our intervention at the district level so that the district, even when we are not there, they are able to provide further support to the local municipalities that are being assisted to introduce red tape reduction interventions. Chair, we thought we should just be upfront in terms of our non-achievements. They are not embedded in the later part of the presentation, but we thought we should just highlight them in this slide, that we are not able to finalize or to pay all our creditors within 25 days. We had put a higher target for ourselves as a department. As members would know, that it's normally 30 days for a government. We had put a higher target of 25 days, but we did have some challenges and we reverted back to 30 days. There was one invoice that came from Vodacom that we were not able to pay within these 25 days. As I indicated earlier, we had a higher vacancy rate of 16.2%, which is higher than the 10%. And we had to delay filling some of these positions because if you are finalizing a structure, it doesn't help you to go ahead and fill in positions, and you might end up having people that you don't really require in terms of the final structure that you need. So we had to delay filling some of these positions. 47.1% female, which was the first time that we failed to meet this target, which we normally exceed, that 50% at least of SMS members must be female. but this time around we were not able to do that. We did experience quite a high number of resignations at an SMS level, especially from women. Some took early retirements, others got opportunities elsewhere. But we are working hard to make sure that we do achieve this target going forward. Sheet rate ZA is one of those targets that we're not able to meet, where we're working closely with CEDA to make sure that we get women-owned enterprises registered on the platform Sheet rate ZA, so that they are exposed to opportunities outside of the country. In particular, we were not able to achieve this target. We got 1.2 instead of 2,000. Incubation support program. Here, Chair, we were also not able to achieve this target. Mainly here, it's more about capacity constraints within the department. We ended up trying to get GTEC to assist us with the incubation evaluation, but we were not able to do that on time. But we are pursuing this target because for us, it's important that we do evaluate the impact of these incubators that we are supporting, because most of the money, especially the one that goes to CEDA, most of it goes to incubation support. So it's important for us to check whether we're making any impact in terms of incubation support. SMEs and cooperatives funding policy, which is the 2019-2024 MTSF target. We were not able to finalize it. We had to go and do further consultations. We were able to do in April, and we are polishing that document, and it will be finalized and submitted to Cabinet as well, because we want this to be a national policy. It cannot be just a DSBD policy. That's why we are taking it to Cabinet, because it also commits other stakeholders, including other government departments, in investing in SMEs and cooperatives. Cooperatives supported to the value were not able to this target, which target that is of concern to us, but also of very much serious concern to our Minister and Deputy Minister. They have directed us in terms of using a different approach. We are finalizing that approach so that we are able to really move with speed in supporting cooperatives, especially with financial support, because that's one of the biggest challenges. We had introduced blended finance for cooperatives, but it seems like it's not popular with cooperatives enterprises. So there are discussions that are taking place, especially from CIFA side, where we are engaging with other stakeholders to make sure that we are able to get other stakeholders to support us in ensuring that cooperatives do get relevant support. Township and rural enterprises supported. Here, Chair, we were not able to achieve the target. We have set a target of ensuring that at least 694 million goes to supporting enterprises that are based in township and rural areas, but we were only able to achieve a target of 545 million, which is just closer to the 694. But here, Chair, what we have done, working closely with CIFA, is to revise the term sheets to open it up more, because what we had done in the past, we had customized each and every sub-program within TREP. For example, we had a specific template for people who want to apply for automotives, those who want to apply for personal care. They also had their own template, the spaza shops, etc. etc. What we have done is we've opened it up. We've also increased the value, because some of the people who are based in township and rural areas, they want to be involved in light manufacturing, and the funding or the funding cap that we had was not sufficient. So what we've done, we've tweaked it. We've ensured that we've increased the funding to the maximum of 1 million per enterprise, but still blended, which has a component of a loan and a grant. And then we also make more of a general template rather than a template that is limiting to very few sectors. National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill. This is one of the issues, Chair, that we should also bring to your attention. The work that has been done around the space, even though the bill was not finally taken through parliamentary processes, we had indicated in the past that these two targets are linked. The revised schedule to the National Small Enterprise Act was not amended and to Minister for approval. What we had done in 2019, May 2019, the minister then, which was Minister Zulu, did finalize the schedule, and it was published or gazetted. But what the Office of the Chief Technical Advisor had indicated to us was that the Act, even though clause 20, subsection 2 of the National Small Enterprise Act empowers the minister to amend the schedule. It was not updated because the legislation can only be amended by the legislator, which is the parliament. So they've then requested us to even amend that clause on the National Small Enterprise Act. The National Small Enterprise Act, when we started with the process of reviewing it, was to make sure that we are able to create the Small Enterprise Ombuds Office. So when this was picked up by the Chief Technical Advisor, they said, no, they are not going to give us the legal certificate, which enables us to take the bill back to cabinet, and then for it to be processed to parliament. So they had to delay this and make sure that we are able to amend this other clause, which had nothing to do with the Small Enterprise Ombuds Bill. Done that, and then with the establishment or the incorporation of CIFA and CBDA into SEDA, we also had to have a new chapter included in the Act. So we couldn't proceed in taking the bill forward and making sure that it goes through to Parliament, because it will not help us to take a bill this year and take the same bill again. We have, we are approaching this thing in a piecemeal approach. So we are in that process. Cabinet, as members will know, they've given us until the 1st of December 2023 to make sure that the entity incorporation is finalized. So we've finalized a chapter that deals with the establishment of this new entity that offers both financial and non-financial support, because currently in the current Act, we only have a provision for the establishment of SEDA. Now we had to make sure that we are able to include certain functions within the Act that talks to financial support, which will enable us to accommodate CIFA within SEDA. So we are in that process, Chair, and we will be submitting to Cabinet quite soon, because we don't have a lot of time before the 31st of December 2023. So we are working on this bill, Chair. I know that there have been some delays, but we had to delay this one, the amendment, so that we take care of the incorporation of CIFA and CBPA into SEDA. Chair, we are going into details here in terms of what we are trying to do to recover in terms of these targets that we're not able to achieve. One of the key issues is us ensuring that at least we have a web-based invoice tracking register within the department, because currently we just rely on an Excel spreadsheet. What we are doing is to introduce this web-based so that we are able to track it online, so that no invoices fall through the cracks. Vacancy rate, we have, as I indicated earlier, we've started the process. We are currently busy now finalizing the advertisement, for example, of all DDG positions, so that we fill in the most senior positions to assist us to stabilize the top. 50%, we are paying particular attention in ensuring that in getting senior members within the department, we also increase the number of women representation. On the SME, on the sheet rate ZA, we are working closely here with other various stakeholders, including provinces as well as municipalities, to get as many women-owned enterprises registered on this platform, so that the SEDA can also come in and give them that non-financial support, so that they are able to be successful in the global markets. Incubation support, because of the capacity that limited us in achieving this target, we going outside here to get the external entity to support us in delivering on this target, but ensuring that in the process we get a transfer of skills, so that people who are in the department are able to do this work going forward. These are further strategies, Chair, to achieve the targets that we did not achieve last year. As I indicated earlier on the SME Cooperatives Funding Policy, we did have those engagements. We are also ensuring that we work closely with the ministry to align the priorities. With the blended finance on cooperatives, I indicated here that we're really not doing well in terms of supporting cooperatives financially. And there is a policy direction that the political principals have advised that we must consider. So there are those discussions that we are finalizing between ourselves and the political principals, as well as the entities, on how we can support the corporate enterprises, because the demand is there, but it looks like they were not happy with the kind of support that we are providing. We've also engaging the private people who are involved in the private sector to assist us with the support of corporate. So there are memorandum of understandings that we've entered into to push the achievement of this target. TREPS, I did indicate here that we've revised the term sheet to make sure that we accommodate as many sectors as possible to increase the uptake. We are in the process of engaging with the Office of DPME in particular to finalize now the socio-economic impact assessment, so that we finalize this process. We do have the bill that we are also engaging with, Chair, especially on Chapter 3A, to make sure that we are able to finalize the incorporation of CIFA and CBDA to CEDA. Yeah, Chair, the schedule, as I indicated earlier, we did get advice, and they've assisted us in amending Section 20, subsection 2 of the National Small Business Act to make sure that it is constitutional, as they had, it is not constitutional. Chair, these are requirements that we have to report and indicate how we have responded to the COVID pandemic. We do indicate here that we did come with a scheme during this period that is assisting us to make sure that we are able to produce locally or to manufacture as many goods locally. The Small Enterprise Manufacturing Support Program, because you know that the economy, the international countries in particular, they did close so that they can prioritize their own countries. We did come up with Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program to assist us to have more business activities in the township and rural areas. So all these interventions were introduced during that particular period. Chair, I'll be very quick here on governance matters, that we do have these critical structures, risk management. We do have a risk and ethics management committee, which is chaired externally, which assists us in identifying and addressing those risks, as well as ethics related issues. Fraud and corruption, we have reviewed and approved fraud prevention, anti-corruption and whistleblowing implementation plan. We have also established a facility to report any fraudulent activities through the National Anti-Corruption Hotline. Also, in terms of ensuring that we minimize conflict of interest, we do cross-checking of directors of companies with CIPC, as well as Department of Public Service and Administration, to make sure that we don't support employees of government with the instruments that we have in the department. Where there is conflict of interest, those relevant companies are disqualified from the process. Code of conduct for the public, which acts as a guideline to employees about the ethical expectations in individual conduct and relationship with others. Health safety, we are ensuring, Chair, that the employees of the department do work in an environment that is conducive for them to remain healthy and also operate in a safe environment. There are areas that were picked up by Department of Labor, which we are still working on, especially with the landlord. They have even allocated us. We're in the process, in fact, of moving to different levels so that we are able to operate in an environment that is very healthy and safe for the employees of the department. Just to highlight here, Chair, all our engagements in terms of coming to account to both the portfolio committee as well as the select committee. I'm not going to go through all of those, but just indicate that we do come through as required to account and indicate what we've done in terms of supporting or responding to the challenges that are faced by SMEs and cooperatives. We responded to the floods, we responded to the riots in KZN, we responded to COVID, and our entities, I must indicate here that they've been very responsive in ensuring that we are able, even though we have certain programs that we are driving as a department, even as entities, but they've been very responsive in ensuring that they do allocate resources to make sure that we do respond to the challenges that are faced by SMMEs and cooperatives. Department, currently we don't have an internal control unit, which is a challenge for us, but we are working, Chair, in ensuring that we still implement the relevant internal controls which were identified in the past by AG. Internal audit unit have it. We also do have the audit and risk committee that is fully functional. I know that it's in the past we did have challenges with the establishment of the audit and risk committee, but we do have, and they do assist us in ensuring that we become a more compliant department. Also with BRRR compliance performance information, we're always expected to submit a report. We do this religiously every year as required by the BRRR Act. Chair, just one amendment here before I allow the CFO. There was a slide which was not correct that we've corrected now, which is slide 35, but this correct slide, it should be slide 36. Chair, there was a problem with the figures there, but we fixed it, but it's the same information, this one that was submitted to the Auditor General that has been audited by them. Chair, with your permission, if I can request the CFO to go through the presentation quickly so that we are able to finish. CFO.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I hope I'm audible. I also noted a comment earlier on the chat about how sure are we that it's the DG speaking. I hope members of the committee can see me, and if I can kindly get permission to switch off my video so I don't affect bandwidth. With your permission, Chair.
Yeah, you may switch off. We've seen you. We know you.
Thank you, man. In terms of our performance as a department, and I do humbly apologize for that slide, that first slide, the one that members will have last year's numbers, 2020-21. Slide 36, Chair, DG, okay, it's fine, it's now 35 replaced, is we had an allocation or final allocation of 2,637,000,000 and 63,000. We were able to spend 2,613,218,000, and we have surrendered to National Treasury 23.8 million. The detail of how we have performed follows. In the next slide, the same information provided per program chairperson is, as the committee would know, we have 4 programs. Administration is or was allocated a final appropriation of 101 million. We spent 99.2 million with a variance of 1.8 million. Sector policy and research spent 107, had 107 to spend. We spent 90. This is a program that contributed to the mostly to our underspending at 16.7 million. Integrated cooperatives development had a final allocation of 1,554,000,000, which we spent 1,551 or 52 million, resulting in an underperformance of 2.8, just under 2.8 million. Enterprise development and entrepreneurship program was allocated 874.5 million. We spent 871 or just under 872 million, resulting in an underspending of 2.5 or 2.6 million. And the reason for underperformance in slide 37, program 1 contributed 1.6 million, which mainly was due to lower than anticipated spending in operating leases, training. Our operating leases contributed 471,000, training 332,000, as most trainings were attended virtually due to cancelled COVID physical attendance. Consultants and professional services also contributed 242,000. Program 2, which is the sector market and development, we contributed as I said, is the biggest contributor in terms of underspending, had underspent by 11.5 in COE, transfers 4 million. In the main delays in implementing or commencing with our product markets program was machinery and equipment underspent by 1 million due to supply chain challenges in the delivery of our computer equipment. Development finance, as I indicated, contributed 2.8 million, of which 2.2 is from COE and the rest coming from due to vacancies and the rest being contributed by goods and services. In terms of program 4, which is our enterprise development program, actual expenditure amounted to 872 out of the 874 as indicated earlier, of which that 2.6 million came from compensation of employees and the balance thereof coming off the goods and services as well. And performance, the same performance in terms of economic classification. If you could move to the next slide, DJ. I do apologize for the coarseness of my voice. Economic classification, COE, we had a final appropriation of 154.8 million. We spent 138.4 million, which is the main contributor towards the underspending of that 28 million that I spoke to earlier on. In that it contributed 16.3 million, and that is it's actually spent 89.4 million of the budget for the entire year. And goods and services, we had 75.8 million planned for spending, and we only spent 73.9, resulting in an underperformance of 1.85. To charges and subsidies, we had 444 or 4 million, 445, and capital expenditure, we had 4476, resulting in an underperformance of 1226, where we actually spent 3.2. We also had to pay interest of 3,000, which shifted money, which because we don't plan for interest to be paid for late payments on the as AGSA indicated yesterday on the payover of the government employees pension fund that was delayed, and we had to pay penalties of 3,000. We shifted 4,000 from the goods and services for us to be able to afford this. And the 5,000 that we paid basically also related to the write-off on expenditure that we also incurred in the previous financial year that related to the payments, the delays in writing of expenditure that could not be collected from officials. So we shifted 6,000 and had 1,000 variance in that. And the reasons for underspending in economic classification is that we had a vacancy rate of 16.2 million as 16.2% as indicated by DG. And this basically is 68.5% of the 23.845 million that we have underperformed in. And goods and services, we had 73.9 that we thought we would spend. We ended up spending 75.8, resulting in an underperformance of 1.8 million. As indicated earlier on, due to operating leases in program 1 and lower than projected spending in training due to virtual attendance of training instead of physical. We also had a bit of travel and subsistence that also contributed by 272, consultancy 242, and some services were carried by donor funds. In terms of the contribution by goods and services to the overall 23.8 million, it is 7.7 of that underspending. Capital contributed an underperformance of 1.2 million due to delays as indicated earlier in program 2 on the ordered computer equipment that were delayed due to supply chain challenges that everybody is experiencing currently. So that is contributing 5.1% of the 23.8 million. Transfers and subsidies also contributed 4.4 million, is 18.6 million of that 23.8. And this is mainly because we delayed in implementing the product market at 4.4, and a little bit of the craft customized sector program where 381,000 could not be spent by year end. In terms of the next slide, unauthorized expenditure, the department has none. Irregular expenditure, we had no new irregular expenditure in the 21-22 financial year. However, we have a claim that we received for services that were rendered, but due procurement processes were not fully finalized. So this claim will form part of 22-23 financial year's irregular expenditure once a determination has been made by internal audit. In terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we had 2 cases amounting to 6,000 that AGSA presented on yesterday as well, where one employee missed their flights, and we also had to pay over because of the interest charged by government employees pension fund deduction. And if we move to the next slide, this basically talks to the audit outcomes, how we fared in terms of the 2020-21 findings. Committee members will remember that we had 8 findings that we are following up. We were able to address 5 of those. 3 we couldn't fully address, and that one relates in the incentive program relates to the CIS, where we were not able to conduct all the post-disbursement site visits. And under governance, there were 3 findings. 1 was addressed. The 2 that remained was the internal audit quality assurance that was not undertaken as expected, as well as that the internal audit didn't evaluate our information system environment due to inadequate resources in the ICT unit. The next slide, Chair, DG, talks to the findings that AGSA made. So over and above the 3 findings that remained from the 2020-21, we had 5 additional findings that AGSA made in that we had duplicated an amount when we were in the disclosure notes for key management personnel, and that amount was not material, and the financial statements were accordingly adjusted, hence the unqualified audit outcome. And in terms of the provisions, we also had a finding from AGSA where information was not, the information that was previously paid was reinstated in the schedules. It's committee members should note that this does not mean we overpaid. It was just in the reconciliation parts that the schedules were not properly reconciled. And in terms of the performance information, AGSA found that the achievement as per APR was not supported by schedules that were provided. And we had also not provided reasons for deviation, or at least the deviation reasons that were provided were not supported by evidence. And that the last one being that the number of crafters that we claim to have supported, the evidence thereof included incomplete schedules, Chair. And this covers both the financials and the audit outcome, or at least the audit findings that we are following up as management through our audit action plan, that each direct report compiles a report on a quarterly basis for discussion at EXCO as well as reporting at the ARC committee. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks. Oh, I thought I had switched on the camera, so I did not see that. Maybe I was not visible. Chair, with your permission, I can quickly request the Chief Director, Corporate Management, to quickly take the committee through the Human Resource Report so that we wrap up the presentation. Thanks.
Do so.
Thanks, DJ. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues from the department and entities. Mine will be taking you through the employment and vacancies per band and program in relation to the figures that have already been presented both by DG as well as the CFO. The total number of posts as per the approved establishment, we were sitting at 210, and the number of posts that were filled, we are sitting at 176. The vacancy rate was sitting at 16.2% as presented, and we had employees on the establishment, which were about 6 employees. These figures are then distributed in relation to the salary bands. So at skilled level 3 to 5, we had about 18 employees. At highly skilled production level 6 to 8, we had about 63, as well as 9 to 12. And then at senior management, we had about 32. The bottom table then converts the information and presents it at a program level. At administration, we had about 88 employees. Sector and market development, we had about 24. Development finance, 52. Enterprise development, we had about 12 employees. We can move to the next slide, DG. The next slide gives us a breakdown of the personnel expenditure per program. And it's also then reflecting the figures that have been presented. In terms of personnel expenditure, we had spent about 138 million, training and development 495, professional and services, special services expenditure, we were sitting at 970, and the percentage of total expenditure was 5.3%, and on an average basis, we were spending about 752 per employee. We can move to the next slide, teacher. This slide represents the challenges that were experienced in relation to the vacancy rate. I think DG has spoken in length in relation to us closing the period under review at 16.2, and the challenges that were experienced, as well as the highest vacancies being at senior management level in terms of percentage, as well as then our performance in relation to the women representation at SMS level. We started the year at a very high percentage, but we closed off the year at 47.1, given the number of female representatives who left the department and the rate of recruitment at that time. Next slide, teaching. This was presented as an highlight in relation to the achievements of the department when it comes to persons with disability target, which was achieved. Thanks, teacher.
Thanks, colleagues. Chair, the following slides, they go into details in terms of the same information that we've presented in the previous slides. So with your permission, Chair, I would request that we skip this and go straight to the recommendation that we recommend that the PC adopts this annual 2021-22 performance report. Thanks. Chair.
Thank you. Hello. Come again, you were not audible.
Oh, apologies, Chair. I was saying the following slides, they just talk to the same information that we presented in the past, in the previous slides, where we are talking about the performance, the achievements, and the underachievements, but we are breaking it down per program here. So it would be a repetition, Chair, of the information that we present. So we are recommending that we go to the last slide where we recommend that the Portfolio Committee adopts the annual report of the Department of Small Business Development for 2021-22 financial year. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable members, here is the presentation and its recommendations. Although we're still going to engage on the report, but can we accept the recommendation by the department?
Mr. Kruger has raised his hand, Chairperson.
Kruger, Honorable Kruger.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Madam Chair, I just wonder if it's proper to approve the recommendation if we don't have a chance to ask a few questions for clarity's sake. So it's just a matter of
you are right,
information.
You are in order. What I can do, let's check our program, because I want us to stick to the program. If we are to deal with deliberation now with the department, and then we adopt the report, we approve their recommendation, and then we move to the two entities. Can King assist me on that one? Okay, we are proceeding, DG. We will deliberate after the other two presentations from the two agencies. So can we move to the next one, which is SIFA? Your advice, Honorable Kruger, is taken into consideration. Thank you.
Good. With your permission, Chair, may I request the Secretariat to allow me or to give me permission to share the presentation. God is much time here from SIFA.
Can proceed, CEO.
Thank you, King. Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. The Minister, if she's still around, the Deputy Minister, the DG, and the colleagues from various entities. Chair, I just want to sort out the screen display here, the portfolio committee list of members is just sitting right in the middle of my screen, and I'm trying to move it right to the top. And as a result, oh gosh, it's blurring the presentation. Maybe I'll just wait for whilst I'm working on it, I'll just proceed, Chair, and allow the IT guys to just sort it out, because it's actually disturbing the presentation. Whilst we're trying to deal with that, Chair, let me proceed with the presentation. I'll keep on moving it on the sideways. Chair and members, the presentation really is going to cover the performance highlights of the entity, the loan portfolio performance, the financial performance of the entity. If I may remove the video, Chair, with your permission, maybe it will change how I do things here. And we'll look at performance against the predetermined objectives, human capital management, governance, which mainly looks at the board-related matters, key organizational challenges, and the key organizational priorities. Then at the end of the presentation, Chair, we're just sharing the case studies of some of the clients that were funded by SIFA. Really what we're doing there, Chair, we're trying to show the portfolio that these are not just numbers. There are human faces behind these numbers. And these are real economic citizens that SIFA has supported over the period under review. Let's see. Chair, I will not bore the committee with the vision, mission, and values of the entity. Not change. They have been like this for the duration of the year. And here, Chair, we're showing really what we call the SIFA model. And on top, the green part really looks at the what, being the impact of our efforts. And in the main, looking at the sustainable small, medium, micro, and cooperative enterprises, including increased economic participation, ownership, and access to resources and opportunities by previously disadvantaged individuals, and prioritizing the designated groups, those being women, youth, and people with disabilities. This, Chair, is underpinned by the how we do these things. We do this work, Chair, looking at direct lending, wholesale lending, credit guarantee, fund management, and ancillary services, and also including our property management portfolio. All these, Chair, are underpinned by our post-investment management and graduation, which really seeks to protect the book of the entity. And this is driven really by the fundamentals that are underpinning our efforts, that actually looking at your credit risk, sorry, Chair, your credit risk management, sector thought leadership and institutional capacity building, stakeholder partnership mobilization, and in the main, sound governance, financial sustainability, and organizational effectiveness and performance. This Chair really looks at the group structure for SIFA, which I'll go through it quickly. And operations, where we have SIFA Botala Green Fund at 50%. The joint ventures is your Anglo-American, a SIFA Mining Fund, your Saito Bigs, known as Khodisa Supply Development Fund, and SIFA Awetu Fund, and our equity holding is displayed there. Associates, the main one there is Business Partners Limited, where we hold equity of 22%, and UTO SME Infrastructure Fund, where we hold 49%. Subsidiaries is your Kula Business Premises, Kula Credit Guarantee, Kula Institutional Support Services, Identity Development Fund, and Kula Akwanze Funds. And the SIFA's equity position there is reflected, Chair. No, this thing freeze. The performance highlights for the year, Chair, are as follows. The loan book performance for the year under review, Chair, we approved 2.5 billion rands to our SMMEs, and also disbursed 2.3 billion to the SMMEs. The SMMEs that we actually supported, including co-ops, were 76,129. And then the jobs really that were facilitated, Chair, were around 96,589. If you look at that number, Chair, of the SMMEs that were supported, I can argue that there's no bank that competes with SIFA in this regard. I'm not talking about personal loans. We're talking here, Chair and members, about loans that were given to small enterprises in the economy. And SIFA really, we consider ourselves as a leading development finance institution in that space, and the impact actually that drives in the economy. Because these interventions, Chair and members, they take people away from the dependence on the grants and give them that dignity to earn a living through the work that they do, through the running of their businesses, and also by creating jobs for those that actually work in these SMMEs. And SMMEs in most economies are the drivers of employment, not of big conglomerates. And our focus really, as the department and SIFA in particular, is to ensure that we drive that impact in the economy. And an argument that says maybe you may have to close the department. It means really we are cutting our nose to spite our faces, and we're denying job opportunities to those 96,589 economic citizens of the country. Chair, moving on to development impact and disbursements. We disbursed 2 billion rands to Black-owned enterprises over the financial year, and 990 million of that money, Chair members, went to women-owned enterprises. 494 million of that money went to youth-owned enterprises, and 37.8 million rands went to people with disabilities. Chair, this is one area where we've been struggling really to reach the target. But through the interventions that we put in place in the previous financial year, we have managed really to reach, because in the past we usually around 3 to 10 million in this regard. But as an entity, we decided to mainstream that area of our work and capacity in terms of human capital to focus really on mainstreaming, providing access to finance for people with disabilities. Hence, we see that improvement of 38 million. The money that really we dispersed to enterprises in rural towns and villages was 977 million, and 665 million went to township-based enterprises during the year under review. Quickly, Chair, looking at the geographic spread of our disbursements, starting with the Eastern Cape, we disbursed about 186 million rands to that province, and the number of SMMEs that were financed was 16,249. The jobs that were facilitated as a result of those disbursements were 17,700. The Free State province, we disbursed 66 million, which resulted in SMMEs that were financed to the tune of 726 enterprises, and 1,429 jobs were facilitated. This one province, Chair, we had human capital capacity challenges, and in the middle of the financial year, we managed to recruit the regional head and a few staff members so that we can start seeing traction in that province, because we needed warm bodies to be there to interact with the businesses and drive the performance of that province. We should, in the current financial year, see a shift in the disbursements, the number of SMMEs financed, and the jobs facilitated in that province. Gauteng province, we disbursed 747 million rands under the year under review to the province of Gauteng, to 1,999 SMMEs, which facilitated 11,587 jobs. This province, chambers, tends to attract a bigger number of the disbursements of our funding because of the concentration of SMMEs in the Gauteng province, and obviously the structure of our economy. But the minister has instructed us that we must start now allocating funds, that is more funds to those underserved provinces, so that we can find a balance. And we're busy, Chair and members, implementing that program, but Gauteng will still continue leading, because it is a fact of life that this is the biggest economy in the country, and I think it's about 32% of the SMMEs of the country are located in Gauteng. But we will try and shift that balance so that we favor also these what we call underserved provinces without really disadvantaging the SMMEs of Gauteng. KwaZulu-Natal, we disbursed 354 million to 19,093 SMMEs, which facilitated 22,158 jobs. Limpopo, we disbursed 355 million, which actually was disbursed to 22,471 SMMEs and facilitated 23,648 jobs. Limpopo was struggling in the year before this, and we actually intervened by deploying some of our competent staff members from head office to that province, and we began immediately to see the results. And this is the intervention, Chair, that I mentioned that we'll be putting in place. We have actually put in place in the Free State province. Mpumalanga, we disbursed 205 million rands which actually gave us 10,000, rather to 10,125 SMMEs, and resulting in 11,117 jobs facilitated in that province. This is another province that is struggling with capacity, and we believe there's still room for improvement. And the challenge there again is your human capital capacity, which we'll be addressing as we approach the merger. Northern Cape, we disbursed about 36 million rands there to 328 million SMMEs, which facilitated about 652. Again, this is one of the other provinces where there was actually a struggle to achieve higher numbers. Number one, we know that the concentration of SMMEs in that province is much lesser, and we had some capacity challenges there, and we have already now employed a regional manager, and we continue to capacitate that office so that we can really shift the gear also in that particular province. The Northwest province, we dispersed 175 million, which gave us 4,314 what we call SMMEs, and resulting in 5,078 jobs. The Northwest province, you may realize that members, the number of jobs may be less because the kind of deals there are in the mining space and mining services. And the jobs numbers are not that high, but the values of loans that are disbursed are higher. And the same principle will apply to Gauteng and the Western Cape province. We'll be introducing more microfinance space in the Northwest province and the Northern Cape province because we are not really well represented there. As part of our expanding the presence and our footprint in the microfinance space, we're targeting those two provinces in the current financial year. And we'll be reporting the improvements to this committee when the right time comes. The Western Cape province, we've got a lot of local locations there in that province compared to the rest of the other provinces. If you look at that number, we are present in Dalville, Khayelitsha, Mossel Bay, Knysna, George, Oudtshoorn, Beaufort West, Hermanus, Stellenbosch, Worcester, Vredenburg, and Saldanha. In the Western Cape, we dispersed 211 million to 749 SMMEs, which gave us 3,160 jobs. As I mentioned, Chair, in the Western Cape, Gauteng, in the Northwest, the values of the loans are higher, but the jobs are less because of the nature of the businesses that we finance in those provinces. Chair, this quickly looks at the historical funding, and I won't dwell much on this one, of CFA for the past 6 years, starting from 2016-17. 8 billion rands of approvals were actually made by the entity, and we dispersed 8.8 billion rands over the years. Looking at the number of SMMEs funded over the same period, CFA in the past 6 years, we financed 385,000 SMMEs. Hence, Chair was saying, if you look at the number of SMMEs, not personal loans, business loans, we are right on top of the chart in the country because there's no bank that has done that level of funding to SMMEs. And that facilitated, Chairperson and members, 482,000 jobs in the economy over this period. The disbursements over the same period to Black-owned enterprises, we disbursed 6.9 billion rands to Black enterprises. And the money that we disbursed to women-owned enterprises was 3.3 billion over the same period. The money that we disbursed to youth-owned enterprises over the same period was 1.6 billion. And to enterprises that are township-based, CFA disbursed 1.3 billion rands over the period. And the money that we disbursed to enterprises that are rural-based was 3 billion. And the monies that we disbursed to enterprises that are owned by people with disabilities was about 6.3 million rands. Now quickly, Chair, looking at the loan performance. The book, as at end of the financial year, the loan book for CFA was sitting at 3.4 billion rands compared to 2.4 billion rands that at the same time last year, which reflects a growth of approximately 1 billion rands. The loan portfolio grew by 38% on a year-on-year in the main driven by the implementation of the economic recovery programs that government introduced during the COVID period. There has also been an increased share and members in partnerships within the wholesale lending channel. As instructed by the department, we actually managed to bring in 17 new intermediaries during the year under review. And now we want to be focusing in your microfinance intermediaries in the current financial year so that we spread the reach for mainly your rural-based women in the microfinancing space. Looking at the performance of the loan book with regards to collections, in 2020-21, Chair and members, the target of collections was 325 million, and we managed to collect 400 million. However, in 2021-2022, the target was 656 million, and we collected 570 million. Here, Chair, we are beginning to see the effects of COVID-19 pandemic that are beginning to hit our clients. This is evident in their repayment patterns, as seen in the overall collections of the institution. We're beginning to see people constantly canceling or blocking debit orders or debit orders bouncing because there's not enough funding in their bank accounts. This challenge is mostly seen in businesses operating, Chair and members, under manufacturing sector, your logistics sector, your fuel retailers, as well as your tourism and hospitality sectors. And if members look back during those hard lockdowns, these are the sectors that were really hard hit during the lockdown, the manufacturing sector. When people were forced to stay home, people were not filling up petrol, and our fuel retailers suffered. That impacted also in the logistics because we provide funding to trucking companies that carry coal, chrome, and other minerals from the mines. When those mines shut down, those trucks were parked. The impact was that now the owners of those logistics companies were not able to service the debt to CIFA. Hospitality sector, we know that the restaurants were closed, the hotels were closed, and that had a direct impact on the ability of our clients to service their debt, as reflected by the graphs above. However, we had a target of collections of what we call 85%, and we managed actually to achieve 87%. But the big picture doesn't look good, and we're trying by all means as CIFA to support our enterprises. And looking quickly at the financial highlights, I won't bore you too much about this one. We, as CIFA, have achieved an unqualified audit opinion this year, and CIFA for the past 10 years running has been getting this unqualified audit opinion. And I know that there were issues, Chair, that were flagged by the AG, which we see as CIFA as housekeeping issues. Because if you're running a business, there will be certain mistakes that are made, but there is no emphasis of matter in all the findings that were actually picked up by the AG against CIFA. Because I get worried the moment we have emphasis of matter in the findings, because they can degenerate to audit qualifications. But this year, there were no such findings, and hence we got this unqualified audit opinion. And CIFA's financial position showed an improvement, which was supported by the increased size of the loan book and the increase in cash and cash equivalents. The net loans and advances have increased by 640 million to a carrying amount of 1.5 billion at year end. Chair, you realize that I mentioned earlier that the loan book balance is 3.4 billion. This one reflects now your loan book balance minus all those debts that are doubtful. Hence, the net value now is 1.5 billion. This does not mean, however, Chair, that the balance is lost. Our model that we use is that the moment a loan is 60 plus 1 days behind, we start provisioning for it, even though the client may improve and start honoring the payments. But because of the requirements of IFRS, we have to make those provisions. The improvement in the cost-to-income ratio was driven in the main by the growth in our revenues that were achieved of 43%, which was a material increase, I must submit. Chair, the interest earned on cash balances, because we had some of the monies that were banked and attracted interest, and I'll explain later. The operational cost savings realized during the year when compared to budget also contributed to that improvement. The net profit after tax for the group for the year, Chair, was 98.3 million, showing a reduction of about 454 million on the previous year's losses. Members will remember that last year we had lengthy arguments about the treatment of the grants by SARS, where we provided about 283 million rands for tax, and also another approximately 27 million for potential tax penalties, whilst we're still busy engaging the tax policy division of the National Treasury to have the grants from DSB not taxed. And when that was reversed, then, Chair, and we committed last year that it shall be reversed, and indeed it was reversed. Hence, we realized that profit of 98.3 million as a result of that amended tax legislation. Chair, this actually is a reflection of what I've just spoke to in the previous slide, where we will see that we achieved that net profit for the year of 98.3 million. And you will see in the interest income on loans and advances, compared to last year where we're sitting at 50 million, this year we managed to achieve about 115 million, which really is a reflection of the increase on our loan book balance and the what called the loans that we've granted out into the real economy. Let me just remove this person. The interest on loans and advances increased from the previous year by 65 million due to the increased loan book, as I said, Chair. The rental income and from property portfolio increased by 7.1 million. Here, Chair, is one area that is dragging CIFA down because we are incurring expenses that we're not able to recover in the main due to tenants who are still engaged in rental boycotts. That is historical, but we built a strong team now, Chair, over the past year within the property portfolio who are focusing in the main on ensuring that all our tenants who occupy our properties are regularized through the introduction of lease agreements, number one. Two, by recovering the utilities, your water, electricity, and sewage, and rates and taxes. Hence, we're beginning to see that increase by 7.1 million. And as the year goes on, Chair, and as we continue engaging together with the municipalities and the provincial governments to encourage those tenants to start honoring their obligations to pay for the service, for one, for occupying the properties, and two, to pay for the services that they use, particularly electricity, which is one of the main drivers of our property portfolio. But with this engagement, Chair, we expect that number to level out and also to see an improvement. The interest on cash and cash equivalents has increased by 28 million from the previous year due to higher average cash balances at bank. This was mainly driven by the various funding allocations that we received under the economic recovery programs of the Department of Small Business Development and funding, Chair, that was allocated by the Department of Tourism for the Tourism Equity Fund, which was interdicted by Solidarity since May last year. And we are also unable to roll out that Tourism Equity Fund until the court concludes the case between the Department of Tourism and Solidarity. And Treasury has also raised concern that if the case is not resolved, then the Department of Tourism may have to return the funds to the fiscus. We hope, Chair, we hope and pray that that case will be resolved because there's a serious demand for that funding in the hospitality industry. The CIFA's share of net profit from equity accounted investment was slightly higher by 1.1 million in the current financial year compared to the previous financial year. Looking at expense analysis, the savings in operating costs were, when compared to budget, were realized during the year, with a bulk of the savings derived from lower technical reserves movement of about 95 million due to lower taken ups by KCG, the lowering also, or lower expenses from consulting of 7 million and a depreciation of 6 million. Operating expenditure, excluding grant expenses, impairments, and bad debts written off, decreased by 61 million year on year. And a significant portion of the decrease was as a result of income taxation penalty provision of 27 million, as I mentioned in my previous slide, which was raised the previous year and reversed to in the current year, resulting in the 54 million positive movement. Overall impairments, write-offs, and bad debt provisions on loans and advances have increased by a net amount of 339 million from previous year due to the growth in the loan book portfolio. Chair, this we need to explain what IFRS requires us to do. The moment we issue a loan today, because of the historical performance of the organization, a certain percentage of that loan must be provided, even though in real terms that money may be collected. But the reporting requirements and the formula used requires that as you dish out that loan, a certain percentage must be provided immediately. So as our loan book increases, we saw that our loan book increased by plus or minus $1 billion between last year and this year. And that will translate in the provisions for doubtful debt. Quickly, Chair, looking at performance against the predetermined objectives, I spoke to this in the introductory slides. The approvals, we managed there to achieve 116%. If you look at that annual target of 2.1 billion, we delivered 2.5 billion. Disbursements, we achieved 86%. The target was 2.7 billion, and we delivered 2.3 billion. And under SME finance, the 191 was a target, and 76 were supported, which was 40% achievement. And in the main, Chair, we were hit very hard by microfinance. A majority of our microfinance operators, the women who are trading in the street corners and operating their spaza shops and fruit stands, when they was shut down, those people had to go home and not operate, and they did not draw down the monies that they need to sell the fruit. A good example, Chair, if, for example, in Limpopo, once Moria does not happen, our hawkers suffer a lot because they cannot go and sell their products to that Moria gathering. And that happened during the lockdown. And the result, no money was taken because there was no trading that was happening. So we hope now, Chair, we'll be able to see a change because all these religious groupings and all these gatherings are going to be opened up, and we should be seeing an improvement in that regard. When you look at facilities dispersed to women, we did achieve 91%, Black-owned enterprises 110%, and enterprises in rural villages 90%, and township-based enterprises 98% over the period. The cost-income ratios, we targeted an annual target of 106%, but we're able to contain it to 56%, which is 188% achievement. The impairments, the target there was 38%. We managed to contain them at 35%, hence the 107% achievement. The collections rate, the target was 85%. We managed to achieve 87% collections, regardless of the challenges that the economy was facing and our clients were facing, hence the 102% achievement. The percentage growth in revenue, we targeted there 21%, but we were able to shoot the lights and achieve 43%, which gave us the 202% achievement. The capital leverage ratio for KCG, the target was 6.25, and we managed to really deliver 6.38%, which is 102% against the target. If I may explain this one, Chair, quickly, what this means is that for every rand that's CIFA guaranteed with the work that we do with commercial banks, the banks extended 6.38 rand to the market. So if we actually guaranteed 100 million, the banks will actually extend 6.38 billion into 638 million into the market. So with the impact, really, we expect actual KCG to grow. And this is one area of our work, Chair, that we want to prioritize, because what it does, it actually is an implementation of what we're talking about, where government has to crowd in the private sector and unlock the balance sheets of the private sector so that they are able to extend credit actually to the SMMEs. And with this guarantee of KCG, we believe that this is the best approach without taking away anything from the other guarantee systems that we've seen, like the one that flopped during what we call the lockdown period. All we need here is capitalization of KCG so that we can drive that impact and unlock those private sector balance sheets that we always complain about. Quickly looking at the organizational processes, Chair, I will not really bore the committee about these internal processes, but except to say that under your level of organizational automation, we achieved 60% direct lending, turnaround times. We managed to achieve 26 days turnaround times, and wholesale lending 33 days. And now, when you look at customer perspective, annual level of customer satisfaction, we managed to really increase what we call achieve 77% against 65, which is 118%. Number of strategic partnerships, we targeted 4 and delivered 7. Growth in customer number or improving customers that we finance that improved their business by 5% turnover improvement. We targeted 20 and managed to assist over 30 of them with the 150% achievement. And the internal people issues, labor turnover rate in critical strategic positions. We have not yet measured that one, but we will measure it this year. But what I can say to the committee, we are bleeding severely. We lose people more than we're bringing in people into the entity, which will in the long term impact on the performance of the organization, because this work needs resources to be done. And looking at the employee satisfaction index, we were targeting 62 and we managed to achieve 63%, and which is 102%. The percentage of staff who scored 3.5 against performance, we really actually achieved about 80% there, because of really of the trading environment within which we're working during this COVID era. Under the customer perspective, there has been a significant improvement in respect of performance, and the cumulative performance on the financial perspective increased by 6%, with all the 5 indicators achieving 100% and above. The organizational business processes, the turnaround times, we're only introducing the balance scorecard during the period under review, and both direct lending and wholesale lending met the set targets. People lending and growth perspective, the cumulative average performance increased from 89 to 91%. There's been a significant improvement in the employee satisfaction index in the current period relative to the previous financial year. This was driven, Chair, in the main by interventions aimed at supporting both personal and professional growth of our employees under those difficult circumstances. Quickly, human capital at a glance, Chair. During this period, Chair, we focused on filling the strategic and critical vacancies. Because of what I've mentioned, Chair, there was a moratorium with regards to recruitment as a result of the merger. And we've seen a lot of people leaving the organization because of uncertainty. The implementation of the first round of CIFA Management Development Program was completed. The employee engagement survey was conducted, and the engagement score was 62%, as previously mentioned in the previous slide. Employee engagement interventions such as the Youth Day, Women's Day, and Men's Health virtual events were conducted as part of CIFA employee engagement initiatives. And also the Culture Transformation Project also continued with the implementation of Exco Culture Redefinition Session, which sought to unpack the existing culture challenges whilst mapping out a new culture and values-based behavior for the organization. To support employees' wellness, a comprehensive wellness program was introduced to support employees during COVID-19, as well as the new hybrid work organization that was forced by the COVID-19. Chair, this speaks really to the journey that CIFA has traveled. If you look at the green one, which was really back to basics post the first measure, and also the development of policies, procedures, hiring executive team, streamlining HR. And now where we are, Chair, we are actually under that red one. If it's red or pink, I'm colorblind, which is growth. And the target is to move to optimization. But with the new measure, we will move back to green again, because there will be another post-measure hygiene exercise, development of the new policy of the new entity, hiring of executive teams again, and streamlining HR, and merging the cultures of the 3 entities that are going to be actually merged. So this journey, we have to walk again. Governance, the board fulfills, Chair, the following roles and functions. reports, as we know, to the executive authority and the shareholder on the direction, governance, and performance of the company, including any matter that needs reporting to or disclosure in terms of legal requirements. Represented by the chairperson, the board, on our head delegate, reports to the portfolio committee, reviews and approves strategic plans, budgets, quarterly and annual performance plans as proposed by management, reviews and approves policies, reviews processes for identification and management of business risk, and processes for compliance with the regulatory and legal requirements, provides oversight on organizational performance against targets and objectives, provides stable internal control environment with an effective internal audit and independent risk management function. Hence, Chair, the organization has been able to achieve the unqualified audit for the past 10 years. And with the board in place, I'm certain, Chair, we are still on track to achieve that another clean audit going forward. The challenge is the low growth in the economic environment impacting on the performance of the SMMEs as seen by our struggling collections. The merger, which create organizational uncertainty, increased resignation of key employees, which has adverse impact on the performance of the organization. As I said earlier, the cooler credit guarantee, the banks really were not taking up the facilities because of the slow demand in the economy, and the application funding readiness of some of our clients, which impacts on the loan approvals because we have to keep on referring these not ready for funding applications to CEDA for assistance before they can be funded. Chair, quickly, the key focus areas is to build a sustainable local, what we call loan book, by expanding credit to microfinance, as I mentioned earlier, investment and building a sustainable Black-owned financial intermediary base, as we have done 17 so far, which focuses in the main in the SME finance, and this year we want to focus on the microfinance space. Building client sustainability by capacitating our post-investment management function to try and decrease and contain impairments in our loan book, and crowding in the private sector resources to extend credit to SMEs through KCG, improving performance on key development indicators, improving the cost structure of the organization, enhancing organizational capabilities across the CIFA value chain, our lending, post-investment, and back office. Building the CIFA brand and increasing our visibility in the market through much more marketing activities and advertising in the market. Governance, establishing a KCG as a fully fledged operating subsidiaries to meet the requirements of the Prudential Authority, where they want KCG to have leadership that is fit and proper in terms of the insurance industry. Chairperson, I'd like to thank the members of the committee, and hopefully at the end of the discussions, the annual report will be noted and approved. Those are the case studies that really the members may really read at that time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. DG, you are the one who's leading us now. Are we done with CIFA so that we can go to CEDA?
Yes, Chair, we can go to CEDA. Thank you.
Thank you, CEDA. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Let me have my video on. Thank you, Chair. King, please help with the sharing rights.
Done. Done.
Thanks, King. I'm sharing. Thank you. I hope it's visible.
Yes.
It is. It is.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Are you frozen?
We can't hear you. There is no sound, nothing. What's happening? Are you muted?
No, Chair, I just got cut off completely from the network. So it was the system was, but I'm back. Apologies for that, Chair. I just got I was just cut off. I hope the screen is visible. Apologies to you, Chair, and the members.
Yes, yes, it is. It is. It is.
Greetings to you, Chair, and greetings to the honorable members, the DM, the chairpersons, the DG, as well as colleagues from other agencies. I will try to present our annual report as requested by the committee. I would also just try and see if I could close my video because so that I'm more audible. With your permission, thank you, Chair. So today I'm just presenting the annual report for the 21-22 financial year to the committee. We will go through the report, basically the outline. We'll talk about the organizational overview. We'll also talk about, I'll also talk about CEDA performance. I will talk about the financial information, which is the financial performance. I'll also touch base on the human resources, the governance, as well as I won't really go through the success stories. They are for the members to read, which is showcasing the work that we do. Chair, also with me, I have the acting CFO, who will take us through 2 or 3 slides on the financial section. On the organizational overview, Chair, the mission, vision, and values, those ones have remained the same. I think on the mission, the main issue is that we exist to promote entrepreneurship and facilitate the development of enterprises, and we do that through providing customized business support services to the SMMEs. And I think the bigger part of that is more about the growth and sustainability. And that's what we strive for as an organization, to make sure that the SMMEs that SMEs and cooperatives that we support, or the enterprises that we support, remain sustainable, and also that they grow, so that we make sure that there's continuous improvement and also there's job sustainability. The vision and the values remain the same. I won't touch much on that. Chair, this is how the organization look like from a structure point of view. My point, what I want to emphasize is just the few issues. One of them being the fact that we are found in all provinces. As an organization, we've got 54 branches, we've got 9 provincial offices. We support 110 incubators, and the number is growing because soon we'll have new ones coming in as well, and that gives us the reach in terms of the network that we have. We also run, there's 2 main divisions of the organization, which are front facing. With the first one is enterprise development division, which then provides, that is responsible for all our provincial offices and all our provincial performance. This is where we run most of our services in terms of client-facing services, from your assessments to interventions of various types that we offer to clients. And then we've got the technology division or program, which then deals with the incubation as well as the quality standards and technology transfer. and it manages all the incubation or the incubators that we have within South Africa. So that's what I wanted to just highlight on this, and then the rest is your support division that are supporting this great work that SEDA is doing, and also the much needed work by the SMMEs in this country. Then the next one I would touch on the SEDA performance versus the targets in terms of what we're able to achieve. I will just go through the minister touch based on this, so I won't waste time. We had 30 indicators, and on 24 of those indicators, we achieved 100% and more in terms of delivering on those indicators, leading to 80%. So clients that we're able to touch base with and also be able to engage and offer interventions were 181,984 clients. And on the TREP side, we're able to touch base and provide interventions to 31,457 clients in the current financial year, in the current financial year or they under review. Chair, this is a dashboard that just talks to a summary of what we were able to achieve. As you can see on this side, it's the targets that we had. On the green side, it's what we're able then to achieve. On the incubation program, we had a target to be able to make sure that at least 3,247 SMMEs are assisted and they go through the incubators or our incubation program. We're able to achieve 3,269 of the SMMEs that were able to go through our the incubator program. This is one of the very important programs because it teaches the SMMEs all the values in terms of how to operate and run a business from the basics until the person, when we graduate after 3 years because the program takes 3 years. So however, some entrepreneurs or SMEs become ready even before the 3 years. So then they're able to graduate or to leave the program. But others, the standard program is that you are in the incubation for 3 years. That's where you are taught, you know, how to then make sure that your idea is solid, but also once that is done, how to market your services, how do you make sure that the product that you are producing is of high quality, you know, and how to pitch your product. It's a variety of services that are being offered, and training SMMEs on how to be an entrepreneur and the do's and the don'ts in the entrepreneurship space. So the expectation is always that when these entrepreneurs or SMMEs leave the program, then they are fully equipped and they're ready to be solid businesses. And the expectation from our side is that once this is done, then these businesses must be sustainable businesses that will be able to offer sustainable job opportunities. What we have discussed with the CEO of CIFA is that we need to look into these clients in terms of the incubation and see and make sure that those who need funding, then they're able to be funded, because we believe that these entrepreneurs would have all the skills necessary to run their businesses and to take their ideas to new heights, because they would have learned all the do's and the don'ts and all the intricacies of running a business. So it's a very important program that we are running as an organization. Again, this is the program that becomes the basis of the tech businesses, because there's a lot of tech startups that we house in our various incubation that then needs to be taken forward. Even with the when we go to the merged entity, the obvious intention is that if that is done, the merger is done, we then be able to pick up some of the investments from the tech space that then the new entity will be able to fund and provide funding and also take equity in, with a view to take these businesses to new heights. On the productivity improvement, we're able to also meet that target. The target was 183, and we're able to at least assist business to improve their production and the way they do or they produce their products and to achieve efficiency. We're able then to assist 201 clients. On quality improvement, this is where we assist SMMEs to improve the quality of their goods, of their products, in terms so that then they become, they comply with all the rules and regulations of different industries, but also so that then they're able to get those products ready for listing. So it's a lot of work. It's not a once-off work in terms of quality improvements. It can take even up to a year, you know, because there's a lot of work that is being done to make sure that the product of the client meets the requirement, but some can be done within a quicker period of time. I mean, this is where we're talking about issues of compliance in terms of, if for food, your HACCP compliance and various other industries, and to make sure that the product, if it's a consumable product in terms of food, there will be no issue once the product is on the shelves, or if it's sold to the of this country, or even sold abroad. On the manufacturing program, we're also able to meet that target, and sector-specific training. We've decided that our training should be not generic, should be sector-specific, so that then someone who is in agriculture receives the right kind of training, someone who's in manufacturing, someone who's in the service space, and someone who's in transport and so forth. They all receive the training that is aligned to the industry or to the sector that they represent, and we were able to achieve the numbers in terms of that. And then the coaching, which is very important, because we need to make sure that the SMEs in this country, they get the right kind of coaching and assist them with the difficulties that they have in running their businesses. And with the right coaches, these businesses are able to be a success. On the export platforms, we're able to achieve 1,170. This is where previous year we were listing entities in the different export platforms to enable them to interact. And also, this is where we were sending SMMEs to other countries, where we're transporting them, providing them with all the necessary requirements, and also post them being trained by us. We're able to take them to different shows and market access opportunities in various countries. So we've been able to do that and expose the SMEs into, you know, we've taken some to Nigeria, we did Tanzania, and we did Saudi Arabia. We did quite a lot of countries last year, where we say to SMEs, take your product that is ready, go and showcase in these different platforms, so that then you're able to obtain a market or expand your market, and you're able to export the product. And these clients that we take are those that we've gone through quality assessment, quality improvements, and then they are ready for the local and external or outside market. Those are the matters. So the one that though we're struggling with the most, Chair, is the wholesalers and retailers in terms of the listing. We have a pipeline of entities that we are still busy assisting with quality improvement and product improvement, but we find that the requirements that the wholesalers and retailers put, they become very stringent for SMMEs to be able to list their products and have their products in the shelves of these wholesalers. But there's a bigger conversation than just listing that says, how do we then make sure that those that have their products listed, they're able to sell, or that they get their products to be sold? And it's a conversation that we are having with the retailers to put them in the right spaces, but also the marketing of the SMME products once they are in the retailers' shops becomes very key, making it to the catalogs of the retailers, so that then people or consumers can see the product, other than just it sitting there and no one knows that the product is there, and then that which results into lack of sales. So we're doing a lot of work around that to make sure that the SME products that we have listed are prioritized, and also they are put into the catalogs. That is the major work that together with the portfolio we are trying to do and trying to achieve. I'll go into the details of the other ones that we didn't achieve, Chair, but this is just the high-level dashboard of those. Jobs created by 5,173, created and sustained in the previous financial year, and SMEs who showed the growth in turnover were 2,990. And then I've talked about where we are found in our access points. And in terms of the client profile, again, 98% of the clients were SMMEs and 2% were cooperatives. We have a lot of work to do. The DG has alluded to that, to the issue of the cooperatives. And also from internally, we are prioritizing our cooperative unit to do the work around that, so that then we can increase the numbers. We've changed we're engaging them. We've changed their targets. So we are just on in terms of the in the process of agreeing in terms of increasing the targets for the cooperatives, because we've realized that we can't leave this as normal. We need to increase the targets so that at least, you know, if anything, we move that to 10%. But there's always labor issues when we start doing that. But we're confident that we will be able to prioritize the cooperatives as well in this space. But the DG has touched base on that. And the clients by gender, you know, 45% were male and 55% of the clients that were able to assist in the current financial year were female. Chair, I would just go, I won't touch mostly on all of these programs in terms of what we're able to achieve, but I will try to highlight a few, mainly touching on the ones that we're not able to achieve as an entity. On the issue of spaza shops, we've been reporting to the portfolio committee over the past quarters that there are issues around the spaza shops and the percentage that is locally owned, but we are working on this as a portfolio, trying to make sure that we find a solution and we make sure that we're able to support at least the locally owned spaza shops, and that also we preach and we all be able to advertise our products so that the local SMMEs or the local or previously the clients who used to own spaza shops previously, they're able to see the benefit of the scheme, and then they're able to take their businesses back and are able to run their businesses. But it's difficult because you find that some of the clients who used to own spaza shops before, they have zero interest. They're just comfortable with the rental that they get from the guys, the foreign guys that are now owning these spaza shops. But a lot of work needs to be done to make sure that the benefits of the scheme are seen and that we're able to train then those existing guys and new guys want to come into the space so that they're able to take up the space and own the space that was at some point so much of a success for the South Africans. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done around that. On one of the, I will highlight number 4, which is more of the Shisanyama in restaurants in the townships and rural areas. This is more on the TRAP. All these numbers are for the TRAP. We're able to assist and train 4,523 versus the target of 1,500 on the Shisanyamas and micro restaurants. I'm touching base on this one because on the next slide, you will see that we're not able to achieve number 9, the number of butcheries in the townships and rural areas. The target was that we are able to train and provide interventions to 2,000, but we're only able to reach out to 1,889. And there's a correlation between these butcheries here under number 9 and the Shisanyamas here, where on the Shisanyamas, we're able to achieve and exceed the numbers by far beyond, but on the butcheries, we're not able to. The problem that we found, or the challenge that we found, was that when you look at the townships, mostly, there is not a distinction between the butcheries and the Shisanyamas. You find that most of these now are Shisanyamas, but they still, you find that they will sell raw meat, you know, on top of the dried meat and so forth. So then what has the decision of the portfolio was then we combined the two for this new financial year that we are in, so that then at least you are able to reach out and not differentiate between the two because they are the same, and that decision was made. So we should see improvement in the current financial year. The number of penepitals and motor mechanics, the scheme took long to take off, but we had issues as far as the quantum, the amount that was being approved of 500,000, where the industry was not happy and was rejecting the 500,000 per SMME, and that has been increased to 1 million now, and we should see improvement then in the current financial year as far as those businesses in that space. The next program is the Business Viability and Competitiveness program. Again, I've touched base on the wholesalers and retailers, the challenges that we have there. I won't repeat, but we're able to achieve all the other targets as far as the competitive in local markets, incubation program, productivity improvement, and as well as quality improvement. So all those we're able to achieve, except for the one that I've explained on the listing and the issues that we have there. And in here, it was more of us working the stakeholders in the ecosystem, which is the target that we also missed. So from the 24 that we achieved, the 6 comprises of all the ones that were in red. We also met all the other targets, Chair. I would not go into details one by one in terms of the turnover increased entities, the entities in the manufacturing sector. I've touched base on that. I've touched base on the sector-specific training under the dashboard. I spoke about that, and the coaching also I spoke about it. The third program was more on the administration. The one that we were not able to achieve under administration, the third program is the percentage of staff satisfaction. We run a survey every year, and actually even now in the third quarter it has started where we're running a survey. We found that most of our staff, from the results, they were really uncertain about a few things. One of them being the merger, which obviously results in a lot of uncertainties from the employees. Obviously, with FIDA having over 700 employees, including the temp employees, we have the biggest number of employees within the portfolio. And as a result, it creates a little bit of anxiety, but we do provide, what we decided to do was that on a quarterly basis, we provide updates to employees in terms of how far we are with the merger, so that everyone gets some level of certainty regarding of where we are, but also knowledge is power. So we've been updating, and so we're expecting to see different results. Also the issue of at the top, from the top level management, where we've been having a lot of acting executives. Actually, only 1 out of the 6 executives within the organization is not acting. Myself, the CFO, and other executives, we've been acting, and we've been acting for almost 2 years now, more than 1.5 years. And that creates, and from the results, you would see that actually that is also a problem for the employees, because they want sustainability and stability at the top, so that then they are guaranteed that the organization is moving and that they don't have to worry about anything. So, however, Chair, I must say that we're employing, or if we advertised last year, post the AG and post the minister that we can advertise. We advertised for 12 months because the merger was supposed to take place in April this year. And I must say that when we issued those positions for 12 months, we did not find the suitable candidates in the market. Even after interviewing some, most of them did not pass the test that the psychometric test that were given to them. As a result, we're not able to fill in those positions. The minister then announced, when the merger was not happening, that we can employ for 24 months. That was in April. So we've advertised again, we've interviewed on some of the positions, or on 1 or 2 of them are ready to make offers. We're still going to interview again in the month of October and November for some. So at least out of the 4, we've interviewed 2 of the executives, and we are making progress. We'll then be able to interview and finalize the balance of the executive stability in the organization as far as that is concerned. Otherwise, the customer satisfaction and everything else, we were okay. Chair, I must say that under number 6, the percentage of vacancy rate, we're still within the 10%. We achieved 7%. I must say that this has been obviously very difficult to maintain, but our HR team is working hard to make sure that the vacancies that become available as a result of resignations were able to fill, because under the current temporal employment of 2 years or 12 months, you find that while we are training the employees, you find that actually they then resign and find other permanent jobs because we can't offer them permanent jobs because of the pending merger. So then we keep on replacing. This is also affecting obviously the standard of the PAs that we have, because we are not able to attract the business advisors that are more experienced and more skilled to come on board and be able to assist us. But we are working on a training program for the ones that we employ. So then after 6 months or so, they are ready, and then they'll be able to offer the services to the clients. On the financial information, I'll just do this slide, and then the CFO will come in to just talk briefly on the numbers. We indeed received an unqualified audit opinion, but it's been like that over the past 10 years. However, we've had some clean audits over the years, but over the past 2 years, we have had unqualified audit with some findings. Last year, it was mainly the issue of the cyber attack that was the main finding, and the quality of the financial statements. This year, the more issue that is being raised is just how we manage our performance information, which culminates from the lack of systems. And this is the problem that we've been trying to resolve. That's why last year we commissioned a reporting system that is now being finalized, and we're busy training employees on how to use the system so that we're able to manage our information and keep all our information in one system. So we commissioned that work last year, and obviously systems development takes time, but we are good to go in terms of now in October. Once we finish the training, then the employees will start utilizing the system, which will then resolve most of the issues that we have as far as storage and availability of our performance information on time when the auditors need that. On the quality of submitted financial statements, we improved from last year. The members will remember the issues as far as the quality of our financials that we submit. This year there were no findings, and there were no audit issues on the financials that we had submitted. So our financial part and supply chain as well, there were no audit issues, so we were clean as far as those were concerned. On the information technology, we showed improvements, especially after the cyber attack that was experienced in the beginning of the financial year. When that was put out by the auditors, they saw that actually we did put all the measures that were necessary for us to eliminate or prevent any further cyber attack. So there was improvement as far as that is concerned. And the financial health of the organization, there were no audit issues. Chair, I must say that the previous financial year, we were able to spend 1.185 billion rand on providing services to the SMME, which is 99.6% of our available budget of 1.190 billion. And as a result, for this financial year, we do not have any surplus funds, and we are not returning any money in terms of the surplus. And it's for the first time in over 5 years that SEDA has been able to spend all 99.6% of its budget. Last year, we had to return 217 million, of which Treasury gave it back to us in the third quarter to continue to use for the SMMEs. But this year we are not returning any funds, and we've been able to spend the funds. And you'll see later when the CFO speaks that on how we spend those funds in the province and as well as in the national office. But it's a good thing that we are able to spend the funds that have been provided, which creates a different headache for us as an organization, because we've been used to the surplus funds and now we don't have. So we need to then engage differently to see that we're able to still offer the services. Obviously, given that our budget has not increased, over, I think the portfolio committee raised this issue as well, over even post the post-COVID, which created a bigger demand for our services, but we haven't been able to get a bigger budget as an organization, given the level of expectation and the level of services and the level of need by the SMMEs. So, Chair, with your permission, I'll ask the CFO to just quickly go through the balance sheet, the income statement, the balance sheet, and then I'll come back to complete the presentation. Elias.
Thank you, CE. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to honorable members and ministers. In terms of our financial statement, we have started the year on the approved budget with an amount of 886 million, and then the amount on the revenue agreed with the amount on the total expenditure. We also budgeted expenditure of the same amount, and we have the zero deficit as prescribed. Then during the year, mainly in Q3, we have made an application to National Treasury. National Treasury responded, and they have approved an amount of 294 million. Then as a result, you will notice that our total expenditure budget has then increased from 886 million to 1,190 million. And on the revenue side, we have increased our revenue from 886 million to final budget of 892 million. Then in terms of the performance and the spending on the revenue, we had exceeded our target of 892 million by closing the year with the revenue of 902 million. The mainly increase on the adjustment or on the actual is coming from the sundry income, where you see we have a variance of 449%. However, the amount is not big. The sundry income, it mainly consists of the insurance proceed for the asset that we have lost and claimed, and then the services in kind, and some money coming from the recovery of the debtors. These are the type of the transactions that we don't budget for them, as they are uncertain. And in terms of the expenditures, on the administrative expenditure, we have underspent by 0.73%, and under the depreciation, impairment, and amortization of asset, we have a little overspending of 9.85%. This is mainly due to the fact that we have increased our asset during the year after we received the surplus. An additional amount was allocated to purchase the equipment. Then under the personnel cost, we have underspent by 0.2%, moving from an amount of, from the budget of 377, we managed to spend a total amount of 376. Then under the program and project, we underspent by 0.73%. You will notice that there's a huge increase on the spending from we spent 617 from the original budget of 328. This is mainly because 80% of our surplus that we received from National Treasury, we allocated it to the core. Then on the overall total spending, from the budget of 1.1 billion, we managed to spend an amount of 1.85 billion, which is 99.5% of our budget, and then the underspending is 0.44. The net deficit that we're showing as an actual for an amount of 282. This process is allowed in terms of the prescript that once National Treasury approved the previous year surplus, then you can use that money in the year that was approved. Then you will close the year with a net deficit. Then in terms of the balance sheet, our total asset has moved from comparing from previous year, has moved from 422 million to 273 million. The main reason for the decline is because of the cash reserves that we have used after National Treasury granted us the approval. Then on the liabilities, we are showing the increase from 174 million to 286 million. The main part of the liabilities consist of the accounts payable, sitting at an amount of 255 million. The reason for the increase in the liabilities is that as we received the surplus in Q3, most of the projects were then implemented in Q4, and at the end of the Q4, this amount were not yet paid. They ended up on the liabilities. However, all these accruals and the accounts payable are not older than 30 days. And in terms of the balance sheet, see that as a service-oriented entity, it does not require a continuous growing balance sheet. Then the next slide, we are showing the linking of our budget with the performance information, we have shown a better and improved results compared to the previous financial year. In the year 2021, Program 1 and Program 2 were allocated 79% of the budget, and then we spent 77% of the budget, resulting in the 23% underspending. And in terms of the rand, we underspent by 217 million. However, the main reason for that, it was due to the COVID-19 effect, whereby some of the activities that we normally do, the face-to-face client engagement, group interventions and training, travel and trade exhibition, missions and trade international were restricted due to the different level of lockdown that we were experiencing. Then in the current financial year under review, we have shown a great improvement. Program 1 and Program 2 were allocated 83% of the total budget, and we little overspent by 0.4%. And Program 3, which is admin, was allocated a total budget of 17% of the budget, and then we spent 95% of the budget. Overall, we have spent from the allocated budget of 1.1 billion, we have spent 1.85 billion, with the big increase on Program 2, whereby the previous year, our actual expenditure was 171 million. This year, we have managed to spend an amount of 456 million on Program 2 only, mainly as a result of the surplus that we have received. In the next slide, we have already discussed, CEO have said. However, in terms of the revenue analysis, our revenue has increased by only 4% from the financial year 2021, and the percentage growth was mainly due to the increase in additional allocation from the DSPD grant and the specific project like the European Union that gave us additional funding, and then the other funding we sourced from the local government. Then we spoke about the National Treasury's approval of 294 million that helped us as we managed to spend an amount of 1.85 billion, which is also for the first time in SETA's history, we never spend an amount in excess of a billion. Then under the included in the 1.85 billion is an overall spending of 773 million, which was mainly on the goods and services, which is also an improvement when we compared to previous financial year of 2021, whereby we spent an amount of 400 million only. Then the net increase is 93%. CE has also mentioned that due to the fact that SETA's budget is not being reviewed, however, the targets are continuing to increase post the COVID-19, and we are expected to help more clients. Currently, we have the financial resource constraint. Then the next slide is about the annual expenditure split per provinces. The total amount of money that we spent directly into the provinces is 447,595,000. However, included in the amount that was spent by National Office is an amount of 593 million that the projects are managed by National Office. These projects are the incubators, the quality and standard project, and the technology and transfer project that we are managing and implementing at National Office. However, with the SMMEs are all over the provinces. Overall, the total amount of money that we spend on the provinces is 1,041,000 rand out of the total expenditure of 1.1 billion. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Chair, I'll continue. I think I've spoken about the issues of the quality of performance information that were raised. We have made headways in terms of that with the system that we have for the reporting going live. We also updated our SOPs and we are strengthening on our M&E, and then we have our internal audit now auditing and looking at all our quarterly information to make sure that as we progress per quarter, all the information that we provide and we supply is in good order and is of good quality. There were no issues, as I said, around supply chain, and we also had no issues around the financial health, except that there's obviously no surplus this year. So we're looking at engaging with the DSPD around that. I've talked about the human resource and filling of vacancies in the executive level. On our HR chair for the year, we focused on a lot of matters. One of them was just making sure that we prioritize the mental health and well-being of the employees through various interventions and program, because coming from COVID, what we realized that some of our employees had lost parents, lost siblings, and had some of their close people being sick and not being well, which definitely affects the mental capability of the employees. So we're running programs to make sure that we assist and support those employees who lost during that period, so that they can be able to service and offer proper service to the clients with with them being well, healthy in terms of the mental capacity. We've also improved on employee engagement sessions, where we brief the employees on all the matters that are happening within the organization. And we are also training a lot of line managers to increase their expertise so that they're able to manage and deal with the employees on a daily basis. We also did a lot of work with various players in terms of us enhancing the core value proposition of the entity and to ensure a high performance-driven culture. That's why, Chair and honorable members, you realize that in the previous year, 2020-21, we had some serious issues of performance where we only achieved 52% of our targets. And with all these interventions, we're then able to achieve 80% of our targets in the current financial year, in the current year under review, which showed a huge improvement. Chair, I won't spend too much time. I think I've spoken about the overall vacancy, which is 7%, and the number of employees that we have. And this just details the resignations in terms of how many resignations, how many dismissals we had, retirement, and so forth, in terms of this slide, and some whose contracts that we had expired. So just providing the details to the committee. On the governance and compliance, this just details the work of the various board subcommittees that was assisting us to make sure that the organization moves forward and that governance is also complied with. So we had audit and risk committee had 8 meetings were held, and we had 7 members as detailed. HR committee had 9 meetings. Social and ethics had 4 meetings during the year. Strategy and Organizational Performance Committee had 9 meetings during the year. And mainly these meetings, we had more meetings because we had a cyber attack. So we were consistently getting the committees so that we are able to get the necessary approvals for us to be able to deal with that. So then this year it should be back to normal meetings. So I won't go a lot to the success stories, but they're there for the reading. I would like to thank you, Chair, and the honorable members for the guidance throughout the year. Yes, we had a difficult year starting it with the cyber attack, which gave a lot of challenges, and even the previous year we were not able to meet to have our audit done by July, end of July, but this year we've been able to do so. With the guidance and support of the committee, we're able to achieve the percentage that we've been able to achieve, and the guidance of our board as well. With that, Chair, we thank you very much, and we request the committee to adopt the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I will now request honorable members to deliberate on the 3 presentation, you will just indicate which one are you referring to so that the responsible official will jot the question or whatever to be able to respond at the end of the day. So Braking, assist me by identifying hands so that we can zoom into that particular process. Thank you so much for the presentations. Do we have
Yes,
hands?
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. It's Honorable Kruger,
Yes.
Honorable Hendricks,
Yes.
Honorable April,
Yes.
those are the Honorable Tenjane,
Yes.
Honorable Matulelwa.
Okay.
Yeah, these are the ends so far, Chair.
Right, thank you. Let us start with Honorable Kruger. Honorable Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my apologies for not putting on my video camera. We got a bit of a internet problem here in Mpumalanga. So, but I can assure you, it's me talking. So the first question.
I can recognize the voice.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Recognize the voice.
Say again, Madam Chair.
I'm saying we know you, we can recognize your voice. Continue.
Okay, thank you. That was actually only a joke. A joke between me and a DG. Madam Chair, the first, I got a few questions for the department and then one or two questions for SIFA. So I'll start off with the department. First of all, Program 4, Red Tape Reduction. The DG reported that they engaged with 3 district municipalities on red tape reduction. So I would like to know what it means by engaging with municipalities. You know, what influence did this engagement with the municipalities have on SMMEs on the ground level, on grassroots levels? Because, you know, engaging, I also engage with my wife sometimes, but sometimes you don't have any effect on South Africa. But in any case, that's my first question. The second question is Program 3, also for the department, is the development of cooperatives. Madam Chair, you recall I also talked about it yesterday. It's a big concern for me. If you look at the budget, they spent 98% of the budget on Program 3, development on cooperatives, but they only achieved 14%. So the question is, if you spend your whole budget but only achieve 14%, then there's a problem. And I would like to know what is the reason for this. And also, you know, in program, the disabled, like the DG gave us some feedback about women-owned businesses and the achievements around that. I would just like to know what about disabled people representing as entrepreneurs in SMMEs. I would like to just get in how far are we developing disabled people starting new businesses. And then also my last question to the DG is the Small Enterprise Amendment Bill. if I understand him correctly, the date is now December 2022, or December 23, I'm sorry. So most probably this bill will never be able to be implemented in the 6th Parliament or approved in the 6th Parliament. So it will fall off the list again. So we will start all over in 2024 in the 7th Parliament. So and Madam Chair, maybe we must really think of as a committee, just take things in our own hands and introduce private members bill or a committee members bill, so that we can at least serve our SMMEs, especially especially the ombudsman part of it. I think small businesses suffered a lot because of bullying, access to finance, and there's a lot of complaints of small businesses in South Africa, and there's no one to go to, and it seems like it's a problem. So, Madam Chair, maybe us committee must then introduce our own ombudsman bill, and then we can later in the 7th Parliament incorporate it into the Small Business Act. That is for the department, Madam Chair. Then SIFA, I will just like to know, purely from a business point of view and of the experience with the low collections, do they think that the current SIFA model is sustainable? That is what I want to know. And then also the second question is about the property portfolio. How accurate is the database of the property portfolio? Does SIFA know where all their properties are? Because if you look, if you travel in rural areas, you will see a lot of buildings that belongs to, I think nobody knows. It seems like incubators, but it's all empty and dilapidated. So I was wondering how accurate is their database of the property? Do they know where's their property and where not? But then last question, Madam Chair, allow me, the impairments of 339 million, if I listen correctly. Imagine if we can only manage half of it, then and receive a positive outcome, then we can serve a lot of extra SMMEs in South Africa. Because if you listen to the complaints of SMMEs, you will realize that there's actually just three huge issues apart from bullying. But the two big ones is red tape and finance. So, and with money spent and not going back into the system, I think if we concentrate in managing the impairments, we can serve our SMEs much better in South Africa. So I will just want to get an indication from SIFA if they agree with me or not. Thank you, Madam Chair, and enjoy your telephone call.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I want to say something about the President's promise to the nation, which he expected you to carry out as chairman of this committee. And that was that the most vulnerable of our people should not have to beg and be obstructed in getting a permit to trade. So he wanted to move the permits from municipalities to the Small Business Development Department. So the way I read it, that it now became the responsibility of SEDA to issue permits to the most vulnerable people to take their families out of poverty. 2 years, nothing has happened. Poor president promised the nation, and he's got egg on the face because we are a bit slow. So he appointed someone in the presidency to remove the red tape. That person is still battling to get an office there in Pretoria. So I don't know when he's going to get off the ground. So Honorable Chair, I want to know, can you ask SEDA, please, a direct question? Are they prepared to issue not permits, but certificates of registration to the poorest of the poor who want to do business? We know what happened in the city of Cape Town. They turn your tables over. The Minister of Social Welfare wants to introduce her projects to take people out of families, and then they are told, where is the permit? You know, to get the permit, it takes you nearly 2 months, and you have to be tech savvy. You've got to navigate so much complicated, and then they will still consider your permit. There is no reason for the city of Cape Town or anyone else to consider an application for a poor family who wants to trade, maybe make some food and sell it, some cakes, some church hats, sew some church hats. So Honorable Chair, we've heard Honorable Kruger warning us that we will be known as a lame duck as far as this matter is concerned, and it will be given to the 7th Parliament. We have to find a way, and you weren't the chair at the meeting where this was discussed, where the portfolio committee felt we're going to take matters into our own hands under the leadership of the Chief Whip, which I think was very good. So I still feel, Honorable Chair, that to wait for December, you know, I've done 3 bills in Parliament now. You don't have to wait so long on a very simple clause that says that there will no longer be registrations. There will no longer be permits. There will be registrations, and people have to register with SEDA because they've got the infrastructure, the capacity, and the people. One simple line, Honorable Chair. Not all the other stuff about ombudsman and this and that the Chief Whip and the DA wants to introduce to delay amendments to that act for another 7th Parliament or 8th Parliament. Let's carry out the aspiration of the President that people must be able to get to register, because we need to know, we need to know about them so we can assist them. And this permit nonsense, Honorable Chair, your legacy must be that at the end of your term, you got rid of permits. So that is what I want to put before SEDA. Lastly, Honorable Chair, I want to say that SEDA are taking government programs to the people. They're telling them about the 8 or more projects for townships. And I've got positive experience from SEDA in Cape Town, where they explain to people, these are available, this is a process to follow. But where there is a gap, and where you as a chairman must now make your mark, is that there needs to be better mobilization of the people. You can't have projects if the people don't know about it. SEDA doesn't have the guts. They don't have the capacity, they don't have the passion to mobilize people and tell them about the wonderful programs that this committee and the Department of Small Business Development has put on the table. SEDA don't make the cut. So it is up to members of Parliament. They've got constituency office to mobilize. And the chief and the whip of this committee has set an example, and I'm following his example and also mobilizing. Not to get votes, but to get government programs to people to take them out of poverty. I want to hear from SEDA, besides whether they are prepared to register these people and find a way that there's no need for permits anymore. And secondly, that if they can up their game to mobilize people to tell them about these government programs. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. I believe the leadership of the department is here. I'm supporting what you are saying. Indeed, we need to occupy the space. That's why we're having those constituent offices. But what is important is the link and the relationship between the three levels of governance. I think the DM, the district development model should be promoted by our good selves. These are very heavy points you are making. And I believe the DM, as well as the DG and the leadership of SEDA, will have to answer on that one, because we can't wait for a person who is still looking for an office. You are totally right, Honorable Hendricks. I'm buying your opinions here. So let's move to the next speaker, which is Honorable April. Honorable April, the stage is yours.
Goedemiddag, achtbare speaker. Dit is goed om die komitee te groet in die naam van die ANC, die mees progressiewe party wat jy kan kry. Honorable Chairperson, I've got a few questions. You know the presentation was long. Let me first take the opportunity to welcome the presentation that was given to us from both the department and the entities linked to the department. I beseech the patience of all and sundry as I want to pose these questions that I've written down during our during their presentations to us. Honorable the Chair, I want to speak to the 6.1 billion that is owed to businesses. The DSBD is aware of the difficulties faced by SMMEs particularly, especially with the impact of COVID-19 lockdown restrictions. As the coordinating department for SMMEs, my question is, what is the DSBD doing to ensure that businesses that are owed that 6.1 billion by national provincial departments are paid for the services that they render? B of the same question is, the 0.2% of creditors paid later than 25 days, the valid creditors is what I'm talking about. The department did not pay them on time. Could the department elaborate on the reason for not paying these valid creditors within the 25 days as stipulated? Because you would know that a small business that is not paid on time stands at risk of closing down. My next question is, how many invoices were affected? And how much money, I mean in rent value, were paid? My question is, what is the department's plan of action to ensure constant web-based monitoring service to track these invoices and prevent this thing to happen again? Next, I want to speak to youth startups. Could the department elaborate on the financial and non-financial support given to youth startups? For example, the financial amount versus the amount of non-financial support that these startups have received. Could the department also provide a breakdown by race, gender, and geographical location? I need to know, how does the department plan to mitigate the high failure rate of startups and ensure that a greater number of them become sustainable? Then I need to talk to the TRAP expansion sectors. What led to the underperformance of TRAP? Will the expansion to new sectors help address the challenges that were experienced in TRAP before? Which new sectors has the department identified for the expansion of TRAP? I would also like to ask the following to SIFA. What does SIFA believe was its best and worst challenge in the last 10 years of its operation? At the end of the third quarter, 2012-2013, it cost SIFA R1.50 to disburse R1, down from R2 in the first quarter of that year. What does it cost SIFA to disperse funds to micro lenders, cooperatives, and other SMMEs now? Of the number of SMMEs and cooperatives that were supported, how much was disbursed to cooperatives versus SMMEs? We are aware of the youth unemployment rate that is extremely high in our country. What was the root cause of underperformance in disbursement to youth-owned enterprises in the 2021-2022 financial year? We have many young people crying about not receiving assistance from SIF. Could the department please provide us with a breakdown by gender, township, rural location of the spaza shops that have been assisted? Could SIFA also please provide us with details on its performance in the automotive aftermarket program? Are you still there? Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. You
Okay.
are audible.
What steps
Proceed.
did SIFA take to ensure that micro lenders were charged fair interest rates by intermediaries in 2021-2022 financial year? What does it cost SIFA to lend to the informal and micro businesses through intermediaries versus what would it cost SIFA to lend directly to the sector? In SIFA's view, what can the portfolio committee do? Because we are of the opinion that we are one year, we have got the same agenda to lift the status of unemployment and poverty from our people. So what can we do as the portfolio committee in terms of legislation to enable the agency to improve its performance and make a dent in the high unemployment rate and funding gap that we have in the country? You know, we have always been of the view, and we said that let us not treat SIFA like these normal banks are treating our people. That is a huge challenge that we are sitting with and that we need to address with urgency. Lastly, but not least, I am extremely concerned about the high and the serious staff movement and shortage problems which affect deliveries. We need to work on a concrete plan. Otherwise, there's no way we are going to deliver on all of these plans that we've got, and we are not going to be delivered on to our people if we continue to have this very high staff movement and turnover. The uncertainty is just too much. As South Africans, we have a rising unemployment rate. It's just over 30% now. Why are we not hiring people? It's going to be 40% very, very soon. So mine is that is my input. Ek wil u dank, agbare voorsitter, dat u na my geluister het, terwyl ek my party, die ANC, so goed verteenwoordig in hierdie komitee. Dankie, voorsitter.
Baie dankie, Honorable. The next speaker is Honorable Mtenjoana. Ek kan Afrikaans lekker lees en praat.
Dankie.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, although I believe that all of us, when we are here, we are representing the people of South Africa, not necessarily our political parties. But nevertheless, Chairperson, let me start by greeting everyone, including yourself, Chair. Now, Chairperson, maybe I concur with the previous speakers yesterday who suggested that indeed we need to start having our meetings physically. Because why I'm saying this, Chairperson, I've been in and out also today, like yesterday, because of the pandemic called load shedding. Now, Chairperson, my point is I could not necessarily catch up everything what the department has said, but to what I've listened to, I never heard them speaking about the issue of the floods. that were they be able to help our people who were affected by the floods in the KZN and the Eastern Cape, subsequently the Northwest, even though last time they did not mention them in their report. I want to check how far did they help our people, because for us here as a committee, yes, we can sit and listen to a proper report which is being tabled, but for us is to make the comfortable uncomfortable, is to make sure that the department does exactly what it says it has done here, because normally you will then go to the constituency and find the difference. So I would like just to hear from the difference if they did indeed help our people who were affected with the floods, and if they did, how many, and how many they are left now to be helped. Now, let me go quickly to SIFA, Chairperson. In SIFA, as I said most of the time, that the less we speak about it, the better. SIFA, they come here, of course, they blow their own trumpet. So, Chairperson, SIFA need to do that. They need to
Chairperson, can I please
tell us what they've done, but also the people on the ground must be the one who are recommending them to say, but they are helping us here because they've done this and that. I heard when they were breaking down the help they gave to the provinces. Well, it's not enough, Chairperson. We had all the 9 provinces being mentioned, but remember the provinces are having regions. For example, you will have your Mpumalanga, whereby you will have 4 regions which will be Gert, Nkangala, and Tlanzeni, and Buhlabe. Can they also please in future break it down also according to their region? I mean, according to their regions, because if you say you have reimbursed so much in Mpumalanga, Mpumalanga is a province, for example, then we need to know in the province which side is lacking, because when we do our constituency, we know exactly which side, especially the side of the rural areas, which most of the time are not being taken care of. So can they in the future please tell us also how far are they reaching our people in that particular corner of the world? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Tenjan. Honorable Matulelwa. Honorable Matulelwa, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting to honorable members. Let me just put my concerns and my inputs, my recommendations and questions. I'll start by the department, Chairperson. The department is bragging about having monies to spend the whole budget to SMMEs, 98%. But the Auditor General of South Africa has confirmed a very high level of corruption that is happening within this department and its entities. Equipments were given to cadres in Umtata and Matatiele recently by the whole minister of this Department of Small Business Development in the name of informal traders. We are told that there are few rands of Pala farm master or Ramadol that are donated, but none of the victims of floods that are rescued. Even this budget that they are bragging about did not reach the victims of floods in Matatiele and victims of unrest in Ispingo, also Nase Harding, a South Coast in KZN. Again, if the Department of SIFA has rescued any of the needy SMMEs, where is the list? Because we've been asking for the list okanye database yonke le apho bethi bona they've given this person who, because we need even also the addresses. We need to do our own oversight as well, because the Auditor General have proven that there is too much corruption that is happening here. You'll find out that the equipment was given to so and so in the database, but when you go there to find out, you will see the different equipment, or you will see that there is the third party that is owning the equipment. There are those findings that have been done by the Auditor General. It was presented here yesterday. So we won't take it as the achievement into ukuthi kuzobrekwa apha ukuthi we managed to give people, or we managed to spend all the budget to the beneficiaries. But we have a different report from the Auditor General. The report BRRR of the committee is making an observation that 0 cooperative were funded by the CIFA. Even the minister confirmed in Matatiele we were there, there was no spending of money due to indaba ye red tape during the 2021, April 2021 to March 2022. Following the CIFA's failure to submit a list of cooperatives funded during the state period, 2021 and 2022. You know, it's very embarrassing that USIFA as a upper create impression that all is well and they are doing good and nothing else. They are not even stating any challenges. They're just doing. That is why we were always saying here in this platform that this thing of being reduced to a presentation department or committee, it's very bad shame. This thing of just writing a presentation and coming before us and telling us you are just doing like you are doing it for the sake of doing, but it's not a true reflection of what is happening in the ground there. You know, the problem starts when we have a very, very corrupt president in the country. We can't even hold anyone accountable. That is why even this minister is doing as she pleases. Because the same thing that is being found out by the Auditor General is the one that is happening currently by the minister. It's giving wrong people. It's giving to people that I don't know where we are. Serious, I don't know where we are. I don't want to even mention that CEDA, because CEDA, we've been calling, we've been asking that they must be visible in all municipalities, because this thing of being given a name of the province really is nothing. We need to know the municipalities, each municipality. If you are talking about Winnie Madikizela Mandela municipality in Bizana, we must know that you are talking about it, because now this thing of giving an impression that you are covering all the province by mentioning the province, it's a clear indication that there is no work being done there in these provinces. That is why we have even people, they are saying they are doing well, but the department, we need the department to clarify its performance reward policy. When the overall organizational performance is sitting at 60%, we need clarity on that one. It is stated in the annual report that the supplier was approved by the CIS. And then we need to know that what is really happening, because we need even the department, kakhulukazi the department, because the department has started to undermine us as the members of this portfolio committee. They are just creating an impression that they are doing their own thing. They want to come to us and present what we do not know. I don't know how are they structuring this department. If the department is operating on its own, and us as portfolio committee, we are reduced to come just to listen to their presentations, because we want to know that we want the department to share the latest developments on the implementations of the review of the Business Act or Business Amendment Bill, review of the National Small Enterprise Act, and the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill. We need ukuthi baze apho bazosinantsika basinika ama-developments, our implementations of the establishment of the Office of Small Enterprise Embassy Service. Also, the creation of the Small Business Advisory Council. All of those things, we need answers, good people, we need answers. We can't even adopt the report. We can't do that because this is really not a true reflection of what is happening in the ground. Let me give to others a chance to put their input as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matulelo. King, do you still have any other hands?
Yes, Chairperson, we've got Honorable Jacobs.
Okay, that's the only hand.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Jacobs, the stage is yours. Our humbling appeal to honorable members, because I'm also recording as the chair. Honorable Hendricks assisted me because he evenly pointed issues which he wants me to take on board as the chairperson. So I will humble appeal that we stick to the questions, to the programs according to those presentations, so that I'm also able to record and will be able to make some follow-ups. Clarity seeking questions or clarity on what has been presented. That will also assist me as the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. May I proceed?
Proceed.
Thank you.
Jacobs, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. And again, greetings to you and everybody on the platform and also the viewers at home. Let's start by appreciating this report. I think we also mustn't be too hard on ourselves. Yes, we're going to ask questions, and yes, we're going to be critical. But I want to start by applauding this department led by our minister and our deputy minister and our DG and the entities. This department has achieved a clean audit. This department has met most of its targets. So I think let's start there by congratulating the leadership, and we say a job well done, but these are the areas of improvement. And this is a demonstration of a caring, a responsive ANC government, ANC-led government. Look, I don't want to be triggered by some of these politicking about corruption and all of those things. It's very clear. We've identified yesterday in the AG's report, there's examples where one or two people must be brought to book. So we must start naming and shaming the individuals. But it's incorrect and it's wrong to say that our president is corrupt and the ANC as a whole is corrupt. There's a lot of good people in the African National Congress, and what we're doing now is to clean our house. So I think it's very clear that must be put on record, Chair. I want to start with asking questions too broadly to the department. The She Trades program, we underperformed on that. And what is the massive drive to get She Trades targets up? Could the department explain their gender sensitive strategies, how they align this to enable women entrepreneurs. Most of our women tend to be informal entrepreneurs, social spaces. Is the department, is the ministry geared to look to ensure that we use the president's slogan that no one is left behind? So how are we going to do the she trades better? In terms of the outsourcing of the ISP evaluation, what was the reasons that National Treasury has given for rejecting the request for funding in this regard? And could the department give us an update on the outsourcing of the ISP to the external agents? I think on localization and renewable energy, we know that we have a crisis of generation of energy. Is there a localization requirement for solar panels? What are the implications, especially for our previously disadvantaged communities in the local space? Is the department having a strategy to mitigate the negative impacts of localization of local manufacturing of solar panels? Chair, on the cooperatives, I think the point was made that where is the cooperatives and what is our strategy for the cooperatives? We want a breakdown of these cooperatives and what's the plan to deal with this cooperatives. I think the bill was also raised. So I think one thing that we want to do is we want to say to the department that it's unacceptable for them to only bring the bill to us in December next year. So we want to engage the department on a regular basis to ensure that we get regularly updates. This department has failed to bring the bill to us in the 5th administration. And this is one of our achievements that we want to achieve before the end of the 6th administration. So I think that is a key thing. Do the department have adequate capacity to develop this bill? And I think what we want to do is also the red tape challenges in our country. What is the impact of this red tape reduction plan? I think Honorable Hendricks also raised some important points around that. I think that's one of the things that we want to pick up. With regard to underspending, Chair, the department, could they elaborate on the EU funding? The delays in the procurement that led for 63% under expenditure. What is the implications of that EU funding? What was the conditions that was set for this EU funding? And also, can the department explain the environments that's responsible for reprioritization of this on this program? Chair, on the product market programs, there was some underspending in the program too. Can the department please explain what is the program of action around that? And obviously this youth challenge is a big thing. The department had a youth challenge fund. What was the progress around this? Was it funded? And how can we expand some of that? Chair, then under the SPASA support program, we've seen Gauteng has now really been strong in saying, look, we want SPASA shops to be owned by South Africans. And in our own report, the CIFA admits that the program didn't meet its expectation. Now, I want us to hear from the department, what are they going to do differently? What makes CIFA believe that using the credit guarantee scheme with commercial banks as a partner is the best model supporting SPASA shops, given the underperformance? We know that the department has partnered with Nedbank, and we know that these commercial banks don't have development finance at heart. So we need to look at the other model, because even the president is trying to get the banks to come on board to make loans accessible, affordable. Because what we're doing now, Chair, we only have 2 billion in the public space to provide. And I think it was the CEO of CIFA that said they are providing more funding than the private sector. So we need to elaborate what partnerships, because if we're providing more, I doubt that. 2 billion is a little money, and this private sector has more money. How can we encourage, enforce, influence the private sector to stop only be focusing on profit accumulation, but also to have making loans affordable, accessible to our people? The question of the budget cuts had a adverse effect on the technology transfer programs. What has CEDA done to mitigate this negative budget cuts? And has CEDA conducted a needs analysis to look at the uptake of the panel beaters, the motor mechanics, the auto fitments, and if so, what is the findings? What is CEDA going to do with the taking up of the opportunities generated by the African Free Trade Agreement? Chair, then CEDA missed its targets on the cooperatives. We want to hear a plan around the cooperatives, Chair. The last question is also the youth business startups. I think there has been a failure. CEDA must also comment on one of those things. Chair, those are some of my questions. Thank you very much. Again, we need to acknowledge the department where it has achieved. There's great improvement over the last 2-3 years. You can see consistent improvement. We can see the green shoots of a good governance. Yes, we need more. Yes, we won't cover everybody. And Chair, I think the one thing that we need to do now is we are spending the little bit of money that we have. So we're demonstrating clean and good governance. So we must support the department. But the big challenge here is we must bring the private sector on board. We must bring the financial sector on board. We must bring the banks on board. So I think what we need to do as this portfolio committee is to help the department get more money and help more South Africans to be entrepreneurial. Chair, we know that our job problem won't be solved by government alone. We need the private sector. We need the big companies to stop doing the market concentration, the bullying, and we need to legislate, if needs be, to ensure that the small informal traders also get their place in the sun. And so we need a financial model that speaks to that, Chair. So that, if I can appeal to all of the members here, let us put our heads together around that. Let's make it easy for small business to trade. So the idea of the permits is an important thing. I'm not sure if we can take the power of municipalities and say, let's put that power into a central body. There must be legislation for that. But those are some of my comments here. And I want to commend the minister and her team. Keep up the good work, but we will always be loyal and critical to the work that you're playing. But keep up the good work. Thank you. And with that, we support this report, the performance report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jacobs. King, do we still have any other hands? Or this was the last hand, so that I can give the department to respond.
There was a hand from Honorable Ntenjane, but I just think I no longer see him here.
Okay.
I think yeah.
Thank you so much, honorable members, all of you, for the engagement, concerns raised. I believe they were noting those issues which they might not be able to respond to them now. They will do it in writing, but I really want also to commend the department. Your documents are clear, and also the achievements of those targets. Indeed, I want to support honorables who are really raising issues on issues of cooperatives, because our main objective is to make sure that jobs are being created through this department and also other departments. This issue of job creation should cut across. That's why we're interacting with our own. And also to respond to what Honorable Hendricks has indicated, or to emphasize, I would like the department to assure us when is Mr. Nkosi will be coming to us, because in our program, we have got a slot where we would like him to come this fourth quarter and explain to us on the strategies and tactics or remedies which he is planning to assist us on the issues of red tape, bullying, as Comrade Honorable Kruger has indicated, and also on the issue of access to finance, because that one is a stumbling block. But the issue of mobilization, I believe the three spheres of government must talk to each other. We must make sure that the DDM model is being enhanced so that we are on the ground, all of us. I'm happy, honorable members, the spirit is for the department to assist our community on the ground. The issue of breakdown, which has been requested by Honorable April and Honorable Matulele, and also to reflect, and Honorable Mtenjana, to reflect the regions. If you don't have information now, I will request that you go and prepare that information, and you know the channels on how to bring it back to us so that we can be able to satisfy ourselves as the portfolio committee. Again, the issue of financial constraints, DM would like to support you, but you must go and make sure with the DG on how best do you prepare that, because we can't say there are vacancy posts and those posts are not funded. And it might take 3 years. It will take us back. It will drag our legs. As the portfolio committee, it's our responsibility to support the department, to make sure that the department is gelling. So if there are financial constraints, I'm afraid we won't move. But all in all, also on the issues of bills, all honorable members, you can see that they've got a concern. I agree with them that December next year is too late. It's too late. We can't wait for December 2023. DM and your team, please. We have been workshopped on how these things, these pieces of legislations are being established. The process, yes, is too long, but we are the ones who are establishing those pieces of legislation. Can we review it, go back to it, and make sure, because we're lawmakers, make sure that we shorten the period to be able to arrive to our destiny. That's my humble appeal. But all in all, I'm happy about the presentation and the reports itself. Honorable members will have to go, or the department and the honorable minister and deputy minister and their team will have to go back and make sure that you close those gaps where there are gaps. But we are really supporting you, more special on the issues of funds, on the issues of posts. I will now invite the DG. He will lead with his team, and then at the end, the DM will respond, and then I will make closing remarks. Over to you.
So, sorry, Chair, before you let the DG, Honorable Tenjani came back with the hand.
Honorable Ntenjana.
Yeah, and Councillor Msamastulu, Chairperson, ordinarily, I don't necessarily like to speak after you've spoken, because you are very capable of running this portfolio. So my apology for that, Chair. But I thought, let me bring up this issue because I forgot it the time I was seeking clarities. I think this is also important. The issue is directed to CIFA, Chair. Can they please also explain to us here the criteria they are using when they are when they receive those requests for the funds? I just want to check here: is there special special request that one must do so that they can reconsider it, or they check all the requests and then respond accordingly? If they qualify, of course, they qualify. If they don't qualify, they don't. My point here is there are a lot of complaints here, Chairperson, of people who have applied for funds, small businesses, but they are not responded to. I understand that there's a criteria, of course, to can qualify or not qualify. But at least answer that person to say, listen, you have applied, we received your application, but you don't qualify, or we have received, you have qualified. But not just to keep quiet at all, because these are the complaints that we get, many of it, especially on the side of Mpumalanga. I'm not sure about other provinces. We get such complaints from many small businesses that we did an application, but nothing is happening. They are not answering us. We don't know what's happening, whether they receive or not. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair, just unmute yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Mtenjan. I don't think that you are out of order. You are in order. Your point does carry much water, because doing oversight is part of what you are saying. We must know how many have applied, how many have failed. Are they being given responses by the department? I think it's a good question. So don't feel offended. At this stage, I will now invite the DG to lead his team. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chair and other members, for all the questions. I will request that the entities do respond, but just to clarify one matter that I think maybe I misrepresented it in terms of the legislation. I said Cabinet gave us until the 31st of December to ensure that the incorporation of CIFA and CBDA into SIDA is finalized. So we are working from that deadline, working backwards. So the bill will be finalized before that, because we cannot effect that decision of Cabinet before the bill is finalized. So, Chair, we are working hard to make sure that it comes to the Portfolio Committee early next year. But I do have Mhlanganisi, maybe he can provide more details in terms of the Businesses Act Amendment Bill. Yeah, Businesses Amendment Bill. And then he can also indicate, because I think there is clarity that needs to be provided from the questions that were asked by Honorable Hendricks in terms of the role of the municipalities in the issuing of licenses vis-a-vis the department as well as the entities, but also the role of the provinces, because this act was the powers, they were devolved to the provinces in 1993. Mhlanganisi, if you can just clarify that, and then I'll hand over to the entities so that we deal with the issue of the legislation first, and then allow entities to respond to the questions, and then we'll come later.
Thank you, DG. In terms of our timeline, we presented a updated project plan to the DG, wherein in terms of the Business Act, the work of just doing the reviewing and redrafting, we are hoping that this should be done by end of this year. And then the processes of beginning to take it through to Cabinet, eventually to bring it to Parliament. At least we're looking at middle of the coming financial year. But we want to push strongly that at least by the beginning of the 2023 parliamentary period, that we're able to bring the bill into Parliament. In terms of whether we can centralize the functioning of licensing up to national, this is not possible, because clearly the Constitution specifies that street trading as a local function is the exclusive competency of the province. And then trading in general, the regulation of trading and trading regulation is a concurrent function between national and provincial. So as national, we need to be able then to put in place national legislation that will then guide the provinces when they do their provincial legislation, equally guide the municipalities when they do their bylaws. Even currently with the old Businesses Act, a few municipalities have lost cases in court because they started doing things that are not provided for in the Businesses Act of 1991. Some of the things they wanted to do are actually good in nature. The problem is that the old legislation is impeding them. So the key thing here is us being able to, part of our proposals is ensuring that we create a good framework that will ensure that as municipalities do bylaws, the system, it doesn't have too much bureaucracy, but also at the same time, there are some frameworks or even thresholds or even very strong guidelines, so that you don't have municipalities in different parts of the countries going in completely different directions. But so again, it is a concurrent legislation. As national, we have a role, province have a role, and local have a role. But the key thing is that we need to obviously really get this bill going, so that it helps to guide and enable some of the work that provinces and local municipalities want to do. Some of the proposals that were in the Gauteng Township Bill or Township Act had to be dropped because they saw that without the national legislation providing for those measures, for instance, the issue of reserving certain trades for citizens, how they wanted to do it, but they had to drop it in the final draft because if the national legislation doesn't provide that, they'll be constrained. Thank you, TG. Thanks, honorable members. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Mhlanganisi. If I can just request the entities, CEOs, CEO Sifa.
Hello, Chair.
Hello.
Afternoon, Chair, once again.
Yes.
Let me try, Chair, to actually respond to the questions that pertain to CIFA as raised by the honorable members. And I will start with the Honorable Kruger. The question really that related to CIFA, with around the disabled people, how far are we in developing the entities and supporting the entities that actually are owned by people with disabilities? We, as CIFA was indicated, Chair, we've put in place interventions that actually are structured and designed to support these SMMEs. We did that by actually mainstreaming, as I said, Chair, in my presentation, the sector by appointing actually a sector specialist who focuses mainly on providing support to entities that are actually owned and run by people living with disabilities. We've seen that a small improvement really on how the entity has performed in that regard. But we are actually, Chair, still continuing to build partnerships with organizations that are playing in this sector so that we can really shift the performance of the entity in that regard. And I can commit, Chair, that we shall see some improvement in that regard as we report the performance of the current financial year because of these interventions that we put in place. Is the current CIFA funding model sustainable? Chairperson and members, we still believe that the current CIFA funding model is sustainable. The main critical issue that we want to address as CIFA is really to deal with the quality of the loans that actually we grant. Because in this lending space, you need to make sure that you deal with the quality of the book from the port of entry before you grant the loan and strengthen your post-investment support to protect your book. And those are the interventions that, Chairperson, we are putting in place as CIFA because our post-investment unit has been challenged with capacity issues and we are actually aggressively addressing that issue. And that is now, Chair, if you look on the direct lending space. As numbers will show, Chair, when you talk about the cost of lending under wholesale lending, micro and SME funding under wholesale, and your credit guarantee space. With that mixed bag of funding, we do believe that the CIFA funding model is indeed sustainable. Also, members must be reminded that we're lending in a very, very high risk space. You are not like commercial banks. And there's a cost associated with the lending in the space of SMMEs. For example, those in the know will tell us that if you go to the DFI in Brazil, the Treasury of Brazil even provides a grant of impairments to the entity so that it can manage a certain percentage of impairments because you are guaranteed to lose some money because of the nature of the entities that we lend to. And we need to actually bear that in mind. The accuracy of our asset register with regards to properties. Chair, I can put my head on the block. Our asset register is accurate because number one, if your asset register is not accurate, the municipalities will remind you because they will be charging you rates and taxes on the properties that reside in their areas. And you are the easy targets as DFIs for municipalities to collect rates and taxes. So we know where our properties are. I can tell you now, for example, our portfolio has got about 46 properties with a consolidated gross lettable area of about 142,000 square meters with 900 tenants. And these properties are based in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Free State, and the Western Cape province. And we're busy, Chair, actually dealing with the issue of regularizing our tenants to get rid of the what we'll call illegal tenants, where you find that the main tenant is subletting these properties to their subtenants, collecting the money and not passing it over to SIFA. We're addressing those issues by now granting the tenants to the subtenant who's occupying our properties. So, Chair, in a short one, we know where our properties are. We even know the properties, for example, in Tshwane, where we don't own the land. The land belongs to the municipality, but the top structure belongs to us. And we're engaging the city of Tshwane to address those issues. The impairments, I spoke to the issue of impairments and really, how do you manage that? And I agree with Honorable Kruger, we do need to manage our impairments. And we're doing that by one, ensuring that the quality of the new loans is the quality that really will work and bring back our money. Two, your business development support services working with CEDA to ensure that these applicants are assisted in packaging the deals to be funding ready, and also the training and development in business management, particularly for the youth. Because, Honorable Chair, you can never replace experience, whether in business or working environment. With your education, you do need a bit of experience. With a lack of experience, you do need a bit of training. And that's what we're actually working with CEDA to provide to these young entrepreneurs. Then the next step is your PIM, your post-investment management, where you provide the support to the entities that you've actually funded. One, to ensure that they are sustainable, and two, to protect the book. And finally, the issue of market access, because these entities, once you've funded them, they need to have access to the market so that they are able to sell their products, generate revenues, and service their debts. Honorable Hein, with your long list, I'll try to respond to the ones that I've managed to capture. So I would like to start by saying the SIFA has been a success story, if you ask me, in terms of the work of the 6th administration with regards to the new growth path. That is really, if you look at our funding activities, we have given access to funding for over 500,000 SMMEs. You asked also, Honorable Hein, the cost of lending. I will table to the committee according to our products. If you look at micro lending, the cost of lending per rand that we lend is 7 cents. Looking at the wholesale SMME, the cost of lending per rand is 21 cents. And now coming to the cost of lending, direct lending, which is now the funding that we do as SIFA directly to our clients, it is 43 cents. KCG, the cost of lending is only 2 cents. If you look at the efficiencies, KCG is one of our most efficient lending products at 2 cents per rand. followed by microfinance, which we do through intermediaries at 7 cents per rand, and followed by SME funding, which we also do through what we call intermediaries at 21 cents. The most expensive one to date is the direct lending, which we do directly to our clients. And hence, Chair, we want to really aggressively drive the partnerships with the bank through KCG to ensure that we leverage the balance sheets of the banks and use their networks really to lend to our clients much more cheaper. There was challenges, Chair, for SIFA over this period. Really, it has been in the main the question of capacity. We need to build the capacity of SIFA. I was looking, Chair, SIFA's staff full-time is around 280 employees. I was looking at one of our intermediaries called Pagamani. Is it Pagamani? Yes. Pagamani is got about 300 employees as an entity. And if you look at SIFA and where we have to be, the numbers are far much less than what SIFA has. The issue of capacity, and obviously, Chair, the issue of funding, because we must remember, Chair, that the literature tells us that there's a funding gap to SMMEs of between 86 billion and 320 billion. And if you look at what SIFA is getting from the fiscus, we are not really scratching the surface. So one of the things that, to answer that question that Honorable Hen raised around the support really that the committee could provide is really to assist us to access more funding, more especially for the microfinance, the KCG, and wholesale funding activities where there's a high demand and also the performance is much better. So that's one of the areas that really on the lending, Chair, to co-ops vis-a-vis SMMEs, we will come back with that number because we need to go back to the system and interrogate that. But the majority of our funding, as reflected, goes to SMMEs, Chairperson. Protection of microlenders to ensure that they don't overcharge our clients. Chair, we don't lend a SIFA to an intermediary that is not registered with the National Credit Regulator and that does not have that certificate. And these microlenders are governed actually by the National Credit Regulator Act, and they submit, Chair, reports to SIFA, and also they submit their reports to the NCR. So those ones are regulated closely, and we try to avoid really having the culture of machonistas in our intermediaries. The lending, yes, I spoke, Chair, to the cost of direct lending versus wholesale lending and micro lending. The committee is concerned with the staff turnover. Chair, we agree with the honorable member who has concerned with the member with this staff turnover, because in the long run, it will impact the performance of the entities, even the quality of the work that the entity does. Because to have, for example, one person acting in 3 roles, you're just stretching our employees. And they are gonna crack quite soon. I mean, one of the employees in the Western Cape resigned saying he could no longer take the pressure because the workload was not fair, it was just too much. And we do acknowledge that, but we're trying to work hard with the window that we're given to recruit with the 24 months contract, even though it's not very attractive to potential, what to call, employees. Moving to, let's check now, the Honorable Mtenjane, lending criteria and the turnaround times. Chair, we must, what we've done to address the issue of turnaround times, because it has been a challenge for quite some time. And we've introduced a loan origination system so that we empower the applicants to be in control of the application. And these people, when they apply, they register in the loan origination system. They can see how far the application has progressed. And the system does actually, Chair, give the applicant a reference number. And applicants are made aware that if your application number still starts with REF, it means we have not yet loaded the full information into the system until the system gives you a number that starts with the APP, which means now it is an application. What we found out is that some of the applicants were struggling with understanding the loading of the information, and we referred them to CEDA for assistance. And some of them, we help them directly where we feel that this one is closer to being funding ready. And the issue now that you find is that once the application now has been completed, there may be some delays because of capacity problems in processing it further. But with the introduction of the loan origination system, we believe that there will be improvement on the turnaround times. And also, we actually building capacity in these divisions to increase the human capital to address that challenge. The issue of the what we call the split of our geographic spread. We do quarterly report, Chairperson, to the committee on the geographic spread on a provincial basis. We also attach, Chairperson, as an extra to our quarterly report, a detailed breakdown by district and municipality of clients funded. So that report we table in this committee every quarter with that detail. The request by Honorable Matulelwa around the issue of wanting SMMEs by the list of SMMEs by name and by street addresses is something, Chair, that we were addressing as an entity. But because of POPI, I wanted to get a legal opinion to ensure that we do not break the law as we provide this information. And we are clear, Chairperson, that the committee has got a responsibility to play its oversight role. But as we do that, we need to make sure that we comply with the laws. And that we will come back to that one, Chairperson, once we get clarity on the legal opinion and that information. We do provide it already to the board. And once we get the green light from the legal fundis, we will actually come back to the committee. Issue of corruption at CIFA, Chair, all I can say is that we have been audited by the Auditor General, and in the management letter of the AG, there is no mention of corruption at CIFA. That can be substantiated with facts. And Chair, we don't deny the fact that there are allegations of some form of corruption. And what we've done as an entity, we've set up an independent entity to run the whistleblower line, where we actually allow people who have got who have been actually exposed to corrupt acts by our employees to notice and report that to our our corruption hotline. And beyond that, we've built capacity internally to have forensic auditors to investigate these allegations. And beyond that, again, we've got a panel of forensic auditors from outside CIFA who investigate these allegations. So as far as we're concerned, we do place reliance really on the AG's findings that there were no real findings in that regard by the Office of the Auditor General. And then, as I wrap up, Chair, what is, Honorable Jacobs, what is the strategy, our strategy to drive performance of the co-ops? As the DG mentioned, Chair, in his presentation earlier, that the Minister and the Deputy Minister has given us an instruction to come up with a program before the end of October on how we're going to address this gap in the co-ops performance. And I must say, Chair, one of the things that we picked up with the funding of the co-ops was the high levels of impairments, where I think there was 5 million rands that we provided to co-ops. That entire 5 million rands was written off as impaired. And we went further to establish why are we facing these challenges. And one of the challenges that we picked up in the co-ops is the lack of governance structures in those co-ops. And one of the interventions that we're looking at now is to strengthen these co-ops to have proper governance structures so that they don't become one man or one woman show, and to protect also the taxpayers' money that we give to these co-ops. And one of the things that we're introducing, as DG mentioned, is the aggregator model, where we will be building not only governance, but also to provide technical capacity to these co-ops. Those are in the agri sector. You need to have an agronomist who are going to assist them to run those farms actually properly, and also meet the expectations of the buyers with the products that they produce. So we are working on that one, and I'm quite comfortable that looking at the pipeline that the team has tabled to me internally at CIFA, I'm happy that when we come to the end of this year, we will show some results in these co-ops, not just dish out money and write it off tomorrow morning, but we'll be showing results that the results of improved governance and technical support to the co-ops are working. Do we believe that the spaza shops will work through the banks? Honorable Jacobs, you are right. We've actually looked at the performance of the co-ops, rather even the spaza shops in the main, where we fund them through the banks. And as part of the strategy review at CIFA, we are reviewing that model where we are saying, perhaps instead of funding these spaza shops through banks, we fund them directly through the manufacturers, where we provide the credit guarantee to the manufacturers and supply and wholesalers to supply the spaza shops directly, and ensure that even the grant that we give them, we try and convert that grant into some form of a subsidy linked to the credit that is actually used by the buyers in those what we call suppliers and wholesalers. We will be in the new year coming up with new interventions that we think will assist in that regard, including what we call the CIFA franchise model that will help really in turning around the challenge that we face in that regard. The issue really that came again, I think, Honorable Mtenjane, at the end, I did respond on how we're dealing with the issue of turnaround times, and including the funding criteria, which is defined for each product on our website, because we're trying now really to give power to our applicants so that when they apply, they know upfront what are the funding requirements. And the system, as they register the information and load it, is guiding them through the process. And we are also learning, as the system is probably 3 or 4 months old now, how do we improve and make it easier for the applicants? For example, when we launched the system, it was mainly designed to focus for those applicants who are coming from direct lending with big loan applications. And now we've created what I call an off-ramp for people who are applying for purchase order funding, because the requirements of a purchase order are different from those of a term loan of, say, 15 million rands. And Chair, I will stop there before I've seen as monopolizing the platform. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, CE. If we can request the CEO of SEDA.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I will just try to respond to some of the few questions that we received relating to SEDA. The department by the DG responded to the issue of permits. I think I would agree with the issue of Honorable Hendricks in terms of a little bit more work needs to be done in terms of reaching out to more SMMEs. So we look into that from making sure that the awareness sessions are taking place and we have more SMMEs, entrepreneurs, especially in the township and rural areas that that we reach out to from the seminars point of view. This is one of the areas that actually our board, the new board, emphasized that we need to be more visible from making sure that those seminars take place and everyone gets the information that we need to get. So we'll look into that and see how we work around that. And I agree that the issue of the DDM, which we are also part of in terms of working with the municipalities, being aligned to the events. I think in other provinces, we're doing it very well, aligned to the events that the municipalities do, so that we can share more information and in terms of the services and what the portfolio offers across the board. So definitely that needs to work accordingly. So we'll do more work. As the Honorable Hendricks was saying, we are doing work, but we need to even increase and improve more. On the issue of, there was an issue, I think Honorable April and Honorable Jacobs touched on the issue of the startups. I think it's about sustainability of the startup businesses and youth businesses. The CEO of CFA touched base on the youth businesses and the pre-investment support or pre-investment work that needs to go in to make sure that from a training point of view and business understandability point of view, the businesses are ready for funding and are ready to run their businesses. There's few reasons why, main reasons rather, why businesses fail. I mean, there could be more, but the core things that happens within the businesses, especially the startup businesses, and it also applies to honorable members, to other even existing businesses that are not startups. I mean, the first issue, if you look at them, why they fail, one is that the issue of access to markets, especially on the startup businesses, is a key issue where we find that when they start the business, they have one customer. Should that customer decide not to continue with the businesses or with buying from this business, which is a startup, then the whole business model collapses. Now, from our side, CEDA's point of view, the issue of then training these businesses, but also on how to market their businesses, making sure that we provide with the marketing expertise and assist them to go out to the market, as we've been doing with some of these businesses, becomes key as we go forward, so that then they're able to pitch their ideas or their products, But before even that, how do we make sure that the product that they produce is of the quality that can be bought by different customers within the space? So we need to intensify in terms of that work that we do. Another reason the startups businesses fail also is what we call when they start experiencing the growing pains. I mean, there's various things that happens during the growth period, and some of the businesses grow beyond the owner's expertise, and how do we then train them and advise them on what to do, and that's what we are intensifying on, what to do when a business is growing, because sometimes a business grows to beyond just one man show quickly, within a very quick period of time. And you find that the person with all the expertise, they can't manage that business. So how do you bring on board more management expertise into your business, and how do you then make sure that you are providing the products that are required and needed by your clients out there, and also how to grow in a manner that your business will be able to be sustainable, because it's not all the customers that wants to buy from you have good deals. How do you do the basic things of calculating, your profit from a gross profit, in terms of the product, and being able to do your costing properly, so that whatever you take, that you are making money here. You are not just taking a business because you are desperate, because some of the clients or customers in the industry, they will try to squeeze SMMEs in terms of price, and you find that actually they're pricing the price that the customers buy or sell, or that the SME sells its products at, is not the right price that will cover all its cost. So that training on the costing of the products is what we do, and we need to just then continue also to intensify on that. So those growing pains become key. Obviously, then managing the access to funding as they grow. Part of the growing pains, access to funding, where we make sure then that we work together with the different DFIs, especially our sister company, CFA, in making sure that those SMEs get the funding. those are the ways and strategies that we can save businesses and make sure that the businesses do not fail. And most of these are part of other packages that we offer. As we reach out and we talk more about what we offer, the more of the SMEs then we will be able to assist as our packages respond directly to that. Honorable Ntenja, I know you asked about the issue of the floods in terms of the KZN and Eastern Cape. I think you are also correct that in the last meeting, we didn't talk about the Northwest, and mainly because of the limited funding that we had. We still have the limited funding of 50 million that we are working on between Eastern Cape and KZN. We have in the Q2 report that we'll submit, which is the next report, we will detail what we've been able to approve between the two provinces and how much we've been able to disperse. But as of to date, we've been able to approve the whole 50 million to various, we break that information according to the districts in each province. To date, we've been able to approve between KZN and Eastern Cape of the 50 million, 35 million is KZN, and 15 million has been approved to the Western Cape, to the Eastern Cape province, rather, apologies for that, the spread between these provinces. In doing that, we've been able to at least sustain or able to, when we disperse, to at least sustain on 500 jobs that would have been lost if we did not intervene as a portfolio. But obviously, those approvals are per province and district. Obviously, Tegu with about 16 million of that, because that was the most impacted province, and Alfred Nzo and R Tambo sharing 10 and 5 million of that, and then the rest of the Uku coming at 4 million or 4.5 million of that, Uku, and other districts. I won't finish all of them, but we've got the breakdown of what we've approved in terms of the districts and the number of entities and the list of the entities that we've been able to approve. We also know, for example, that agriculture sector was the mostly impacted, and our approvals according to that. To date, we've paid out about 26.5 million of the 50 million. We are moving in terms of generating purchase orders. We had challenges with some of the suppliers that were submitted by the clients, where some didn't have the experience and so forth. So we have some delays around that, so that we make sure that we don't pay government money to suppliers that don't even pay tax. So we have those delays, but we are moving. Our plan is to make sure that all the funds have been paid, and we will then provide also that report that separates what purchase orders, what we've paid in which district, because we've separated these ones per district. In Q2, we'll provide all that information, and we are then moving quicker on the informal traders. There was also an issue of our feasibility from Honorable Matulelo. We looked at our model in terms of our feasibility and where we are found as a portfolio, CEDA specifically. Yes, indeed, we have representations in different districts at this point in time, except for probably in some districts in the KZN, where I think 2 districts where we don't have representation. We are working on that. However, we've over and above that, we've mapped out our offices, and that's why we've got what we call additional access points, where we're trying to be within a 50-kilometer radius of the densely populated areas. So in top of what we have in the district, we're adding in different rural municipalities so that we can have representation. We won't have offices, but we will have what we call access points, where, as mentioned previously, we use local accountants to make sure that we have an extension of our services, especially in the township and rural areas. So that is the work that we are doing as part of our APP, and we are working hard to try and make sure that happens. Especially, we missed the targets in the first and second quarter, but we are confident that by year end we'll have all these access points and our SMMEs and entrepreneurs will be able to access our services via these local accountants, which is one of the big projects we're working on currently. So being visible then in more rural areas is our target in townships. There was also questions raised around the issues of the budget by Honorable Jacobs. There's few things that we're doing. Obviously, the first step is to engage. We're engaging with the department around the issues, especially around the issues of the TTA. But we've gone out to look for additional funding in terms of training, so that at least we can save some of the funds. We are talking to the likes of the NSF. We're talking to the likes of, actually they have approved us some funding. They've given us about 55 million to be able to do training, but that is being reviewed to see if we can get more. We are talking to the different SITAs that provide training, if they could be able to give us funding. I know Mersita has given us some money as well. So we are mobilizing the resources from outside, at least to close the gaps that we have, while we continue to engage with the department. We engaging the private sector from the ASD point of view, to see if some of these things we can work together, and what is the benefit of the partnerships that we have, and what can we get from this partnership that we have with the private sector from a client development perspective, so that then we're able to reach out to more clients. But that is startup work from a private sector. We'll see how that one goes. But at least with the SITAs, we are moving, and we are getting some traction. We are definitely, I think the issue about the motor mechanics, we are dealing with the different industry bodies and mobilizing the SMEs playing in the sector, so that we're able to assist them and then direct them to CIFA for funding. We've done engagements in the Eastern Cape and so forth, and other provinces. So we are moving with that to make sure that this scheme takes off, and we're able to assist the businesses in this space. I think the plan around co-ops has been responded to. As a portfolio, we need to respond before the end of October, so that then we are able to deal with that. I think on the other, I think I've responded to most of the issues that were raised directly to us as an organization. I think the issue of staff movements, which I also alluded earlier, is quite very important, that we're able to arrest that and find a solution regarding the contract periods that we have, so that then we're able to attract the best employees in the industry, because all we want is that our customers, when they walk into our branches, they've got the best sector specialists within our branches. But also, how do we move to the bigger issue of smart branches as well, so that then we are able to access our expertise anywhere across the country. That becomes key as part of a strategy going forward for the organization. But indeed, the issue of staff movement does affect the quality of our business advisors, and it does put a strain on that. But we are working tirelessly to make sure that at least we arrest that issue. Chair, I think I've responded, and thank you very much for your time and the members' time.
Thanks, CE. I'll try and be very brief. I know it's been a long day, but there are questions that we have to respond to. I just want to project something quickly, Chair, with your permission, on red tape, so that we can clarify, but we are also willing to come and engage with the portfolio committee on the work that we are doing around red tape, because I think we have not really clarified everything that we are doing around the space. What we have done, Chair, we have identified, I'll just focus on that small circle at the center there, 7 key red tape indicators in local municipalities. So we approach it at the district level, because it might not be possible for us to reach all local municipalities at a go, but we expect the district to also continue with the work. And we do this in partnership with the municipalities, as well as the provincial COGTA, as well as provincial economic development departments. So we identified these 7 key red tape indicators, which have been raised by small businesses in particular, that their biggest challenges when engaging with municipalities. So issues around business plan approvals, business license and permit issues, supply chain management, prompt payment, targeted procurement, business communication of business information, complaints management, informal sector management. So these are the key issues, Chair, that we normally prioritize when we engage with local municipalities. There are these other issues that are on the other cycles, but the first that we tackle are these 7 key red tape indicators in local municipalities. And then we deal with this and we agree with the municipalities that these are the issues, this is how they should address them. And then we go back and monitor. For example, for last year, in those local municipalities that we were able to engage with, 80% of the interventions that they agreed to implement, they had implemented when we went to do a monitoring visit, because we do go back so that we don't just have workshops and have discussions that are not taking us anywhere. So we do go back, Chair, and have engagements to check whether they have implemented those reforms that they had promised to implement. But we are willing, Chair, as I indicated, to come and have a discussion in terms of the red tape work that we are doing. Then on the issue of a second question that was also raised by Honorable Kruger on the expenditure on program 3 vis-a-vis the achievements. Maybe to be simplistic in terms of responding to this, when as a department, when we measure our performance, some they do have financial implications, some they don't have. Those that have financial implications, we are a little bit tight in terms of how we measure performance. If we say we are going to support 100 businesses and we support 99, we still count that as underachievement because we did not get 100. Even in those 99 businesses, we had spent money. So money does go out to support those businesses. So you see that in terms of TREP, for example, we did not spend all the money last year, but a lot of it, $500 million went out, to supporting business. So money does go out, but we still, I think we're a little bit hard on ourselves, but I think that's what we've agreed to do, that we either achieve or not achieve this gray area of 70%, 80%, 90%. We don't consider it at all. So it's either you achieve or not achieve. And then some of the questions colleagues have responded to. And then maybe the other question that I must touch quickly on was from Honorable April, what are we doing in ensuring that the money owed by government to small businesses in particular? Chair, this is an issue that we are tackling together with working closely with National Treasury. Honorable members will remember that the payment of SMMEs is part and parcel of the performance agreements of the accounting officers. It's something that they have to do. And if they are not paying the SMMEs on time, there should be consequence management in various government departments. So that's the issue that we are tackling together with Treasury. We have asked them, because what they normally do, they publicize information that these are so many invoices that were not paid by. They don't disaggregate it and say for SMMEs, this is so much, for big businesses, is so much, because our biggest interest, we do have an interest in big business, but our biggest interest is on small businesses. So we've asked them to assist us to break it down. And we also do write letters. I think Minister, what she has also indicated that she's going to do is to have these as part of reports to cabinet so that the ministers can also hold their accounting officers responsible in terms of paying small businesses in particular on time, which is our biggest interest as a department. For the department, Chair, we had 13 invoices, I think, I hope I'm correct, yes. We had 15 Vodacom invoices amounting to 13,320. So these are the invoices that talks to the individual lines that were not paid on time. So these are the invoices, Chair, that we're not able to pay within that period. So it's 13 invoices amounting to 13,000, Chair, as the question that was asked. Then the web-based, the invoice tracking system. This is the system that we've done some research. We know that Stats SA, they do have an invoice tracking system, but we are also engaging with the State Information Technology Agency so that we can get one system that we can utilize, which really assist in ensuring that we are able to pay small businesses or the people that we contract with as soon as possible. So this system, Chair, is something that one can monitor. It doesn't matter where you're sitting, because it shows that the invoice was received by so and so by this particular date. Verification was done. If there are issues, it's sent back by this particular period, and then the invoice is now sitting with so and so. So this is a system, Chair, that we are pushing that we implement it as soon as possible. We have been experiencing some delays, but we are trying to push and make sure that we deliver on this, so that we are able to track the payment of invoices. And we don't, as a department, in fact, we always push ourselves that we do even less than 30 days that is mentioned in public platforms. Expansion of TREP, Chair, we have expanded TREP. So in the past, we had, I think, about 8 sectors that we're focusing on. Now, any business, as long as it's a business that is generating income, is a business that is based in township or rural area, we do support. Our initial plan was to focus maybe on those value addition businesses, looking at people who are doing like light manufacturing, those who are doing clothing and textile based in the townships. But now we've expanded it, so it's beyond, you know, bakeries. We're supporting bakeries. We're supporting people who are involved in chisanyamas and all those other things. But now we are saying any business, as long as it's a legitimate business that is being operated in a township and rural area, we should be able to support as a department, because there are some specific township and rural areas where you cannot really find the businesses that are involved in manufacturing anything. So it's better that we also support the services sector to promote, you know, employment in township and rural areas. But just also to clarify, Chair, the issue of the report by the AG yesterday. The report was for investigation that was for 2015, 2016, and 2016-17 financial years. And I'm sure we all had the conclusion of the AG that those issues were dealt with. Consequence management was implemented. Colleagues were released. But we know that there are processes, some have taken us to CCMA and others to other structures appealing, you know, the dismissal. But so we are still handling that as a department, and AGSA has been very cooperative in supporting us with evidence where when we were doing the disciplinary hearings, we did open cases with South African Police Services so that they can do their own investigation. So we dealt with that, and it is those years. We did get a clean audit for this year, 2021, 2022 financial year, and there was no fraud that was detected. And we have indicated, as I was presenting, that we've reviewed our strategies. We've also have a fraud hotline where people can report if there is any fraud that is detected in the workings of the department. In terms of the equipment that is being distributed, Chair, we work closely here with the municipalities, because it's impossible for us sitting at national to know each and every informal business that is located in a municipality. So the people who do get support through the informal and micro enterprise development program are people who are informal businesses who have been allocated space by municipalities, and then we do provide that support if they come to us and say, I just need a stove so that I can do my business better, and then we support those kind of businesses. So that's how we work in this space, just to make sure that we don't really be selective in terms of the people that we support. We rely completely on the people who are legitimately identified by municipalities and people who are known to be operating in spaces that are provided by municipalities. Chair, on the issue of the questions that were raised by Honorable Faiz, the sheet rates target, yes, it was not achieved last year. But in terms of the MTSF, Chair, we do have a target that at least our support must go to 40% to women-owned enterprises. Working closely with Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities here. We're one of those departments that are cooperating. There are exciting projects that we are doing with them. They do provide us a platform to engage with women-owned enterprises. Last week, for example, in that week corner, which was addressed by the President, the Minister was there engaging with women-owned enterprises, engaging with them, providing support, providing information so that they do access support from the department. So we do have a focused engagements around supporting women-owned enterprises, and we are obliged by the MTSF to ensure that at least 40% of our interventions go to women-owned enterprises. Chair, the one issue that maybe I thought I should respond to on the ISP that was raised, the incubation support program. No, Treasury declined to give us permission to utilize GTEC to conduct the study. What we had looked at was that GTEC did provide an evaluation back in 2016. And then we wanted them to do this as a follow-up so that they are able to utilize the same method that they utilized in 2016 to do another study again in 2021. But Treasury thought, no, those are not very good reasons. So we must go out on tender. And we've done that, and we are in the process of finalizing those so that we get someone to do this exercise. But we've learned some lessons through that process, Chair. I must indicate, Chair, that on the issue of localization of local manufacturing for solar panels, I think I must indicate, Chair, we have not really dig deeper. I'm sure the announcement which was made through the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, which was one of the interventions to ensure that we do recover from this load shedding. We have not really engaged deeper in terms of us understanding what would be our role there and how we can support, the local production of these solar panels. But I think it was a relief that was provided just to make sure that, because I think that's what the manufacturers were saying, that we are being limited as a country if we have so many such high targets when it comes to local components. I think colleagues have responded to the issue of the cooperatives. It's work that is of concern to us as a department, but also as a portfolio. But just to indicate, I think it was last week, we were reminded that the portfolio committee once called all these cooperative stakeholders to come and present, because what is happening in the cooperative space in particular, we have these big organizations or associations who call themselves apex organizations who like to occupy that space, but they don't have primary cooperatives who are supposed to give birth to these apex bodies. So it's one of the issues that we are addressing, Chair, with the approach that we're focusing on primary cooperatives. We leave the politics of these cooperatives associations that are all claiming to be apex bodies. But the Act is very clear that primary cooperatives, they come together, they form a secondary, they come together, they form a tertiary cooperative, and then tertiary cooperatives can come together then and form an apex organization. So it's up to them as cooperatives to work on this, but they have to have strong primary cooperatives, which are people who are really doing the day-to-day work in terms of producing goods and services and being productive in the economy. Those are the strong primary that we are intending to support. Even with the support that we are, or the approach that we are adopting as a portfolio, we want to make sure that we have strong cooperatives that they can grow organically and become and have secondary as well as the other levels. We do have support, Chair, with the National Small Business Amendment Act. For example, we did get support at the time from the Office of the Chief Territorial Advisor, but with the other acts, the Businesses Amendment Bill, they did tell us that it's not really their responsibility to do that. So we've thrown in some expertise to assist us in the drafting of the bills. The Businesses Amendment Bill, for example, was not drafted through the support of the Office of the Chief Territorial Advisor. It is done internally. So we're confident of that, even with the chapter that we are adding now, chapter 3A, that talks to the merger or the incorporation of CIFA and CBDA into CEDA. It is drafted internally with the support of other stakeholders. I think I've responded to the issue of red tape. Chair, on the understanding on product markets, this is a project that we don't have expertise in the department because it involves people who are supposed to assist with engineering expertise. It involves people who are supposed to assist with the quantity surveyors and all these people who are supposed to make sure that we are not robbed by these contractors. When we say we are building a shared economic infrastructure facility in this particular area, they need to assist us in assessing whether the money that they are charging is correct money, is the correct costing and all these other things. So there were those delays, Chair. In other years, we were able to work closely with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition because they do have an infrastructure unit there where they assisted with those expertise. Department of Public Works have also assisted us with those. So those delays are just caused by the issue of the capacity within the department to understand, the nitty-gritties when it comes to the construction sector, because we also don't want to be taken for a ride when it comes to the taxpayers' money. The Youth Challenge Fund, Chair, the Youth Challenge Fund, there was some money that was made available. It's not that it was totally not funded completely. There was money that was made available, but we agreed that it was not enough to address the gap. What we had also done was to ring-fence money from all the other schemes and say this money must be set aside for youth-owned enterprises. But I think the CEO of CIFA has been articulating to the portfolio committee in the past the issues that they had around the quality of the applications that came from youth-owned businesses, and what we are trying to do to make sure that we improve the quality so that we are able to support youth-owned enterprises and we support the correct one as well. I must indicate that we also work with the National Youth Development Agency because they have been in the space, but they are also supporting, but at a very, very lower level. We are looking at those who are really going to assist us in terms of the value, making sure that we have young people who are able to create things rather than people who are just processing or who are just middlemen acting between the manufacturers and distributing those things that are produced by other people. Chair, on the EU spending, there were some delays in terms of the money. There are quite a lot of hoops that you have to jump because the money that comes from the EU comes through National Treasury. So there are quite a lot of red tape that you have to deal with before the money can reach the department, and as well as the entity, because the money comes through to the department and then it also goes to the entities. So there were some delays trying to make sure that the money that is allocated goes to the right interventions, but the money was not lost. It has been rolled over. We're still going to spend it, and all the projects that have been identified are part of the work plan for 22-23, and we are proceeding with implementing those programs. The conditions, Chair, there are some conditions attached to the EU funds, we have to produce, for example, ourselves as a department, CEDA, CIFA, also Department of Agriculture, because they're also part of the same intervention. They have to produce business plans as well as annual plans, which are also approved. And then we have to stick to those deliverables as per the approved business plans. So those are the responses, Chair, that I picked up in terms of the responses that were not responded to by other colleagues. I think, I hope I've covered everything, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, DG. I will request now the DM to get in.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the honorable members and the DG and the CEOs, the chairpersons. All I can say, Chair, with all the responses that have been given and the presentations that have happened, is to appreciate the support the committee is giving to us as the department and the entities, and the questions that are raised after those presentations have been done, really empowering. There are challenges, of course, but the picture is clear that a lot of good work has happened within the department, within the entities. There would be challenges relating to the merging of the entities. There would be challenges relating to budgetary matters, but we're sailing on with a positive sense of being united as we work together. And I want to also specifically, Chair, as I end, to appreciate even the questions that were raised with a constructive engagement to those presentations. And as the minister would have indicated earlier, yes, there will be those challenges, but there has been many great positive stories that we have achieved as a department and as the entities. So I really thank you, Chair, in your comments relating to those matters that are critical. It may be the DDMs, it may be the other matters that were raised by all the honorable members. We are getting out of this meeting better than before, and intend to work together as the collective, because ours is to ensure that services are brought to the people that must receive those services, largely in the country, and the small businesses and the people that are employed. It's going to be very, very critical. I thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and I thank the DG for leading our team and the CEOs for leading the entities. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DM. Honorable Jacobs has said that let's support the recommendations by the department and its agency. I would like to hear from you, honorable members, one to second that move. Do I still have members here? King?
Yes, Chairperson, they're still here.
Okay. Thank you so much, DM and your team. It's a work in progress. We are crossing our fingers that the two should merge, and we'll take it from there. So, according to our agenda, we've come to the end of our program. My closing remarks is that keep on riding, DM and your team and DG. We are behind you. From time to time, we'll engage. Honorable members, if ever there is anything which you feel that along the line, because this is the fourth quarter, you were not covered properly, you are at liberty to can write to the department and they will respond through the portfolio committee. That's how we used to do it. But thank you so much. The meeting stands adjourned. Sibongile.
Recording stopped.
siyayikhapha siyayiqhuba naleti nkomo tethu ukuthi hambani niyoba not as individuals. Ngiyayibona? Mina ngidla mbhido la ekhaya.
Ayazwakala Chair.
Yeah. So ningathuli. Okay, Dali, siyabonga.
Okay, Mhlonishwa, sokubona ematatiele.
Dagi braking ningalingi nize ngebhekdo ngizonithola.
Thank you.
Honorable Mathulela lona ngiyakadlalela.
Bye-bye, Chair.
Bye. Ngikhiphi ngiyabhreka namhla ngibona ukuthi ngifake ama-week yami.